Hello, my Teaserking family. How's everybody today? Happy Labor Day. It's funny, I'm not quite sure what we're celebrating, but it sounds it's a day off, right? I heard somebody in the pool, well, we're celebrating what? Veterans Day I get. Memorial Day I get. July 4th I get. Christmas, New Year's. What is Labor Day? We're celebrating working? It's nuts. Anyway, so the pool closed early, so I've already been, so no excuse there. One thing I do want to stress is on my picks. Um, I do add picks. So, like on Saturday afternoon, I didn't think Ohio State was going to win because they were up 17-3. I'm laying 42, and they get the pick six at the end. So I had to put up another bet: Georgia Tech and Arizona. And I'm going with the lines that are there Saturday at 5 o'clock, not the line I used last Monday. So like Arizona was a 30, I leaned 24, but by 5 o'clock on Saturday, they were only 28. That's why it was 20. That's why the line was different. So I had a question on that. But I'm going, I'm going to add a bet if if I think Ohio State's going to lose. But that's what happened. So it was basically adding I still liked Arizona. I didn't know they'd give up 39 points to New Mexico, but there you go. New Mexico's changed, right? They got an offense. And so to add that, but I'm going to take the line at that point. I'm not going to use last Monday's line. That's why they're different. And it goes the other way too. Georgia Tech, I was laying 20. I don't know if it was 20 on that, but I discovered that when I saw Georgia State was really bad. Again, I'm using the magazine before because I don't know. Now I know, and then you go from there. Georgia Tech looked solid. They won solidly, but they're a good team, but they don't normally blow you out. So let's look at week one, and then let's look at week two. So my Yahoo stats get all fucked up because they don't have it all. So I was able to get the quarterbacks. I do a quarterback stat, and then I like to do a score stat. That's how I learn offense and defense. And again, if you beat, these Division II teams, I don't even count it. But like yesterday's game, LSU and USC, pretty good. But I'm not sure I got a full view there. I don't think USC's defense is all of that. I just think what happened was the new quarterbacks took them a while to get used to everything. I'm not saying USC's defense is going to be a 15. But as I thought, LSU's a system Brian Kelly puts in, and as is USC's. Surprised USC scored a touchdown at the end. I was hoping they didn't score and I'd go to overtime and I could get my over. But why didn't they just run the clock to 2 and kick a field goal? These coaches are so stupid. It's hard for me to even speak about them. They don't know what they're doing. They don't understand the objects to win. It's not to win using analytics. It's to win because you're a good coach and you understand. If I take the clock to 2 and I kick the field goal, there's no time, we win. What if the guy fumbles? Then you look like an idiot. You look like an idiot anyway. All right, so let's review. What did we get? 27-20 USC. Now my score was 50-47 Louisiana LSU. I did lose the over. I had over 58 or 57. So I knew I was in trouble when it was 10-0 at 10-10 at half. I thought, okay. I didn't understand the end of the half while USC didn't keep going. And then, still 10-10 middle of third quarter. I turned on a movie. It's like, okay, this is not what I expected. So, but that happens. That's why week one, you're careful. Wasn't a big bet on it. Tonight, Florida State, BC. I don't have anything on it. Minus 16 and a half, 51 and a half, Florida State. I don't know. I mean, Oogly Boogly is so bad. You can't really trust them. So let's walk through week one. So we learned Florida State, Georgia Tech. We learned Florida State has no offense. Probably is pretty good defense. Georgia Tech's got a good quarterback and a good coach. We learned. I don't know how good their defense is. I mean, they beat Georgia State 35-12. So it's getting there, but let's see them play, a better team. Let's see, can they beat Miami? Can they beat Florida? Well, Florida State they can beat. The ACC is so weak. Jesus. SMU beats Nevada 29-24. And then Saturday, SMU kills the Division II team 57-0, like I had mentioned. Again, that's why I don't bet Division II teams. You got to know. Hey, Greg and John. USC did win. I played the game over. I didn't take USC. Again, I was shocked by the quarterback choice. The Vegas quarterback is much better than this Miller Moss guy. I was shocked by that. But we will see. They both had good stats at the end of the day. North Carolina beats Minnesota. What do we learn? Both quarterbacks suck. Minnesota, pretty good defense, but again, against who? So you got to look at the whole realm of who are they playing, and then so you can determine how good they are. That's the tough part. Until they play, that's why I struggled with Michigan last year. They played nobody. Then they finally played Penn State, and they ran the ball the whole game. So I don't know anything anyway. We get to Ohio State, and I take Ohio State because of revenge, double revenge. And they lose again because their quarterback sucked. But it was 30-24. So now I'm saying, okay, Michigan's defense isn't that strong. And Ohio State defense isn't that strong as I thought they would. I didn't think Michigan would score too much on them. But that was the first look I had of Michigan. Then I take Alabama in the playoff, and Alabama should have won. But it's 2020. And then I get so I'm wondering, Michigan, they let Milrose get 20 points on you. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. And then against Texas, I thought Texas would light up a little bit more because they lit up Washington. So until they play a good team, you really don't know how good the team is because they're playing a bunch of nobodies. So, North Carolina, Minnesota, but again, so how good's Minnesota's defense? Don't really know. North Carolina, again, the quarterback sucked on both teams. Coastal Carolina, Jacksonville State. Coastal Carolina put up a lot of points. Jacksonville State, that's about what I expected from Rich Rod. Let's see what my girls say. So that's what we get. Florida Atlantic, Michigan State. Michigan State again, 16-10. How good is Florida Atlantic? Michigan State's quarterback Childs didn't look that good. We can run through the quarterbacks in a minute, but I got it on my spreadsheet. Yeah, I'm a little pissed because Yahoo's normally has a nice rushing, passing, and then points. So I just take it and then I just VLOOK up certain columns on my spreadsheet. And they didn't have all the teams. So I'm like, fuck, hopefully it gets better. So I went to, what's this, college football stats, CF stats. And I was able to pull the points for each team. And then I just VLOOK up, but then the names change where Yahoo has Michigan State ST, and then this other one has Michigan State STATE. So I had to go in and change all the states to state, and then hopefully Yahoo comes back because it's so deep. I just pulled the stats, and and then everything's looked up, so I don't have to. Then I can just analyze. So a little extra step here. So Michigan State, we don't know. Only 16 points on Florida Atlantic. Now here's where we go. They were 25 defense last year. This year they are a 10. So we will see. Michigan State was a 22 second. So I expect Michigan State's defense, but they did really play a good offensive team. So I'm not sure what to make of that. So they'll be a decent. They need work. They'll be better in a few weeks. They're just got to get used to the coach from Oregon State. Again, I don't like him already. At the 8-yard line, it's 4th down. Kick the field goal. You're up 9. The game's over. He goes for it, doesn't get it. And with the new quarterback, I couldn't believe he went for it. Then he doesn't get it, and you're still up 6. So one lucky play for Florida Atlantic, you lose. What kind of coaching is this? This is idiot coaching. Well, he's being aggressive. Yeah, but being ignorant is not good. Being aggressive is not good if you're ignorant, right? You can't be stupid about it. You gotta take look at this game. They're up 6. You go up 9, you win. They can't score 9 points on you. That's how you must look at it. Not, well, we'll go for it, and if we don't get it, we'll hold our breath and hopefully we'll win. I mean, that's just insanity talk. That's a guy who doesn't know how to coach. So I'm very worried about this Michigan State coach. Oklahoma wins 51-3. I had 52-0. I was proud of that one. There's one I hit right on. It was Kentucky over Southern Miss. I had 31-0, and I hit it. So Oklahoma, just what I thought. Temple doesn't score. Oklahoma, I do expect we'll have a good defense this year, but I don't expect Temple to be anything. But the question is going to be the quarterback. How good is he against a good team? So there, you kind of get a feel for him, but you don't. They played Temple. Wisconsin 28-14. Van Dyke had a decent game. Nothing great. Wisconsin with the 19 defense gives up 14. Western with the 32 gives up 28. So it's pretty much the same as last year, their defense. And I would say that Wisconsin should get better as Van Dyke gets comfortable with the play calling. They learn Van Dyke. He learns them. TCU, Stanford, TCU. I thought I had them 52-7. They won 34-27. That was about right. Stanford gives up 37 a game, gave up 34, and TCU gave up 27 a game, gave up 27. It was right on. So it was very close to their averages. Stanford, I don't know, their quarterback. They're still the worst team in whatever division they're in. I think they're in the ACC now. Nebraska 40-7 over UTEP. Rayola looked good. UTEP, not a great team. Nebraska with the good defense. We'll talk about this upcoming game with Prime, but I think they'll be a very good defensive team. But that's what you got on that side. You got Nebraska, you got Iowa, you got Wisconsin, you got Illinois, you got Michigan, you got Ohio State, Penn State. You got a bunch of defensive teams in the Big Ten. Usually not with very good offenses, although Iowa and Minnesota and Illinois don't have good offenses, but we can see Nebraska looks okay with the quarterback. We'll see. Penn State, West Virginia. I had 27-24 West Virginia. Penn State went 34-12. The 11 defense of Penn State looks like it's real. And then they added the Kansas offensive coordinator, and I didn't think he'd be that effective right away. Just like the USC defensive coordinator, I didn't think he'd be as effective right away, and I'm not sure he was, but a lot of that yesterday was nerves. It's the first game. They're new quarterbacks. That's why you got to wait and see on them. But here, Penn State looks like their offense will be a lot better with the Kansas offensive coordinator because Kansas has a great offense. That's all you can say with them. So we have Penn State with about the same team as last year, a little better offensively. West Virginia, I don't know. They surprised me not scoring that much. Green's a better quarterback than what he showed. Their defense still kind of weak. So West Virginia is probably going to be an over team. Miami of Ohio, Northwestern 13-6. Miami of Ohio, good defensive team, showed it. They had a 16 defense last year. And Northwestern, I don't know if they had a better defense or not, but a good win for Northwestern. Miami of Ohio is a very good team. Ohio State, I had 70-0, wins 52-6 somehow. 2 defensive scores. Alabama usually does that. They'll run a punt back and they'll get a strip sack or a pick six. So Alabama covers, but they usually get a couple of defensive touchdowns. Here, Ohio State got a couple. Howard looked great. The new receiver looked great. Big game coming up with Oregon and Michigan and Washington. And I think they play all the big I think Penn State and USC. So it should be a good thing. UCLA looked like shit. So Ohio State 52-6. Their defense looks real. And offensively, I think they'll be fine. They got the quarterback they've been needing. Hey, Nick. Yeah, my foot's a little bothering me, but not bad. 1Z big winners were Georgia under and Notre Dame. Yeah, I played in the Notre Dame game under, and I had Georgia under. So you played Georgia and Georgia under? Yeah, the Georgia under is just, like I said, they got rid of their defensive coordinator, and I knew Clemson was not going to. My score in that game was 31-0 was my score, and they won 34-3. But I love the under more than I love Georgia. And it was 6-0 at the half, so I was feeling good. You had to sweat a little bit until they woke up in the second half. Notre Dame, you got to be careful with them. Riley Leonard, I don't know. A&M didn't do much, but I knew they both had good defenses, so I was under 54 in that game. Never worried. Notre Dame should have been -3, wrong team favorite. Well, I don't know. Riley Leonard, I don't think so. The game was at A&M. Had it been at Jerry World, I would have said yes, but Notre Dame is not that strong this year. It just shows you A&M's not that strong. I knew it right when I saw the spread. Well, there's a few games that I agreed on the wrong spread. I thought Michigan was too high. They got lucky. They're down at the 10. He throws a pick six. If he scores, it's 2017, and that's about where it should be. But let's go. So Ohio State looks for real. Howard looked good. They got going, took them, this is the first game. That's why it's you got to watch it. Now we get what we think Ohio State is. Indiana, I had 35-3 over Florida International, wins 31-7. Exactly. The new James Madison coach is very good. Just like I was surprised Houston got beat so bad with their new coach, but Indiana should be a very good team with the James Madison coach and quarterback. Maryland kills Connecticut. Not a surprise. Connecticut's the team for the last 20 years. Maryland puts out. I had them 28-10. They win 50-7. I'll have to check the quarterback stats, but if he did, I mean, were they running or throwing? I know it was a strange stat in the Alabama game. It was like 5 of 7 with 4 touchdowns, and they were up like 42-0, and they had only thrown the ball 5 times. So what is Alabama? If they think they're going to run on Georgia, they're out of their minds. But we'll see I got to watch that game to see exactly what Alabama is right now. Vanderbilt beating VTech, not surprised. I had VTech 27-24. They actually went to overtime, 27s. And then my guy, Daggio Pavia from New Mexico State, very good quarterback. It's funny. He's not that good at New Mexico State, but he goes to Vanderbilt and he does what he does. Now he's very good. And if he went to Notre Dame and did this, then he'd be the Heisman Trophy winner. It's amazing how the guy's good, but he's at the wrong team, so he's not. I hate that. But Vandy will be a very good over team this year. Pavia looked really good. He runs a little bit. And Virginia Tech's not bad. But see, that's a game you take. Okay, Vanderbilt. Okay, they're going to struggle with Georgia and Alabama. We know that. But the Kentuckys and the Floridas, they'll kill Florida. Florida's terrible. Kent and Pitt, I have 35-13, wins 55-24. Kent, the Z team, I can't imagine Pitt's that good, but I got to check the quarterback on that. Eastern beats UMass. I have Eastern winning 24-10. They win 28-14. Not a surprise at all for me. Eastern was, UMass is a 38 defense. So you're looking at a Z team. How the fuck is a Z team favorite over a pretty good MAC team? Not the best MAC team. The best MAC team is Miami, Ohio, and Toledo. Northern Illinois is usually in there. But so with that said, you've got to, how can a team like UMass be favored over a pretty decent team? Colorado State, Texas, 52-0. Texas, I had them 38-13. We'll see. I mean, now I don't know why they're favored over Michigan. Now, this is not a pick. This is me analyzing. Okay, you guys on Fresno State, I didn't pick it. I didn't bet it. You guys are jumping on it. And I'm like, look, Mikey Keene's good. He was. They were decent. All right, but we still didn't know what Michigan was. The quarterback they played had no idea. I never heard of the guy. So just because I analyze something, just calm down, everybody. So in this game, Texas is like a 7-point favorite. What do I got them here? Texas 7-point favorite. Are you kidding me? At Michigan? Okay, we saw the defense. Mikey Keene is just as good as Ewers. Okay, he's an outstanding quarterback from UCF. And they just pressured him and shut him down. And he had a few good moments because he's so good. I don't think Ewers is better than Mikey Keene. Okay. Texas is not going to roll here. Okay. And everybody's getting carried away. Texas beat Colorado State. Okay. A little difference between Colorado State with their wonderful 30 defense and Michigan with their 11 defense. So keep that in mind. I'm shocked by that spread. I don't know if I'll take Michigan in 13. I got to study it a little bit more, but this is a tease the dog game, just like the Notre Dame game Nick's talking about, or even yesterday's LSU USC. As Nick knows, on those games you tease the dog. But in this game, I don't see how Texas is 7 points better than Michigan. That's insane. Miami against Florida. I didn't realize Florida was this bad. So my worst teaser, I had West Virginia plus 16.5 with Florida plus 8.5. I thought the wrong team was favored. I still do, but all right. Cam Ward looked good, but he looked like shit at Washington State. He had a few early good games, and then he went to the toilet. 41-17. Florida. How bad is Florida? I mean, Miami is not that good. We know the coach sucks, so this is strange. Florida, I mean, if this wasn't the game they got up for and they got killed, I wonder how bad Florida is. We won't be betting Florida very much this year. I mean, and look at this defense, terrible. Ohio, Syracuse, I have Syracuse 27-20. Syracuse wins 38-22. We do cover because the spread was 17. These MAC teams, again, Miami of Ohio, Eastern, and now here's Syracuse. Now, a lot's who they played, right? Miami of Ohio is playing Northwestern, not a big offensive team, W. Eastern getting points from UMass is a fucking joke. And then in this game, now the quarterback for Ohio State did have a good game against this Ohio defense. But again, it's a lot of NIL, so we got to get used to it. We know they're going to have a good defense, and they have a good coach. So they win by 16. I didn't bet it. We get 23, but that was a play. The 15 defense got a little bit hurt, but we'll see. Is Syracuse all that good? I don't know. UTSA and Tennessee State. UTSA minus 24. Frank Harris is gone. I had 38-14 Utah State or UTSA. They win 28-16. They don't cover. You had no idea who Kennesaw State is. Their first Division I game. So this is just a wait and see. The new quarterbacks, they got to get used to the system. So that's why we watched the first week. And we see UTSA isn't that strong. Boise and Georgia Southern. I had Georgia Southern pegged. I had it 27-20 Boise. Georgia Southern's a fairly good team. Boise had a running back that ran for like 300 yards. I mean, this guy's as good as Ollie Gordon from Oklahoma State. 56-45, no overtime. Georgia Southern had the 30 defense, gave up 56, and Boise with the 25 gave up 45. So it looks like Boise's going to run it. They're like Air Force to me. They got great running, but they still can throw. The quarterback was okay. Georgia Southern, very strong team for I think they're Sun Belt, but they played Boise well. Fresno State can beat Boise, no question. Old D, South Carolina. South Carolina, I had 31-17. I had no idea. They win 23-19. That tells me they have no offense. Old D is not Georgia. I mean, they do not have that defense. And they only give up 23, and they still scored 19. Both teams had 26 defenses last year. So, again, last year's defense gave you a feel for what they are. And you can see Old D, gives up 23. Yeah, they're pretty decent defense. And South Carolina, but the SEC's in big trouble this year. South Carolina stinks. Florida stinks. Missouri's very good, as is Tennessee. Look out for them. North Texas, South Alabama. North Texas is the over team. I told you that. I had them winning 45-41, and they win 52-38. They play an 80. The 62 over-under. I just wasn't sure how good Southern Alabama was because they lost their quarterback. The new one's a freshman. So they put up 38 on North Texas. Pretty good. But North Texas, 50, they just, this is like the ultimate fast break basketball team. They're an over every game, North Texas. Let's see. Nick, true Notre Dame quarterback is not proven. Well, no, Riley Leonard, it was the A&M who was okay, but Riley Leonard, I looked at his stats last year. He had 3 touchdowns and 3 picks in about 8 games at Duke. He runs, but he's not a great thrower. And the question was, the game was at A&M. So I thought the spread was right, but again, we had to see the quarterback play. And again, they got a new offensive coordinator, Notre Dame. What are your thoughts on Oak State? They're like their coach and playbook. Well, they have the best running back. The quarterback, I got to check out, but the running back's really good, Ollie Gordon. I would just feed him. What I noticed last year, he gained 1,700 yards out of nowhere. Like, you never heard of him. And he got 700 yards. And what was amazing, he looked like Jim Brown. So he'd run up the middle for a 3-yard gain. He'd break the tackle, and then he'd outrun the safeties and the cornerbacks. I mean, he was gone, and they couldn't catch him. And he did that countless times. So he's outstanding. I'm not sure about the defense. Again, they played a Division II team, so it's hard to get real stats on him until this week. But I think their quarterback, the coach is a good offensive coach. They realize Ollie Gordon, how good he is. It's all about their defense, so we'll see. But not enough information yet beating a Division II team. Greg John, I won money, $50. Sounds good. Go buy silver. Go buy 2 ounces of silver, Greg John. Nick, gosh, Colorado, most overrated team in the country. Well, yeah, because he's all hyped by Dion, trying to look. He got 500 yards, against Oregon. See, that's my point when I bring that up. Against Oregon, 44-6. You're 44 nothing at half. If you're Joe Montana, you don't get shut out 44 nothing in the half to Oregon. He struggled against Utah, UCLA. So again, against the good defenses, he doesn't show up. He'd rather take a sack than throw an interception. So we get that. So this is the problem. But I don't know. Just superficially now, I see they play big Nebraska. Let's see. Where's that game? I think is that an evening game? Probably because it's prime time. Nebraska's 757 over Colorado. And I mean, it's a revenge game for Nebraska. I got to check injuries first, please. But I think Nebraska is going to kill them. I think their defense is going to shut them down. And it's going to be like the Oregon game. And if Rayola's anything as good as he appeared, now, again, we don't know. And that was against Nebraska was against, where's that? UTEP. I mean, they beat UTEP 40-7. So they put up 40 points. It's UTEP, but it's not Division II. Rayola looked pretty good, but, he's new. He actually was going to Georgia. And he obviously got beat out by Carson Beck, and he goes and cries, and Nebraska takes him because his dad went there. And so I don't like guys like that. Learn to be second string and play harder, and then you'll start. I mean, Beck's, what's he going to play one more year? Is he going to play this year, and then that's it? Probably the way the money's. I don't know with the nil how much money these guys are making. I heard a rumor Caleb got $10 million to stay last year. You got to be fucking kidding me. Where do you get $10 million? And why would you pay Caleb $10 million? And didn't he look like a $10 million quarterback last year? 29 touchdowns and 12 picks. Yeah, he's a superstar. Whatever Bo Nix got, he was underpaid. But this is all so stupid. I mean, this NIL is supposed to be, if we sell a jersey with your name on it, you get $2. I mean, that's the idea of NIL. It's getting paid for your thing, not so that the teams pay you millions of dollars to go. That's ridiculous. That needs to stop right now, if they're even getting paid that much, which I highly doubt. But this is the problem. But yeah, I don't see Colorado. Utah's going to kill them, especially if Cam Rising is hopefully healthy. They're going to kill him. I mean, Utah looked great in a half. In Cam's game, they're up 35. He throws for 5 touchdowns in the first half, and they pull him with a minute left. So he played the 5, scored 5 touchdowns, boom, boom, boom. And then they pull him, and they get the ball back on an interception, and the new quarterback comes in. So I'm looking at the box score. I'm going, oh, fuck, he didn't get hurt again, did he? And I'm looking, is he injured? And I don't see him on the injured list. So I'm like, thank God. But it's strange that you would have pulled him instead of at the half. But the other guy got some good work in. He, wasn't great, but he threw for a couple touchdowns. And see, I would keep the same offense flowing because I don't need him to hand off and we won the game. I need him to know he can throw passes and we can win if we have to go to the backup. But I'm waiting for that. Utah's going to kill him. Oh, I can't wait for that game. Real D, we learned a lot this week. Well, we didn't learn as much as we thought. We learned something. We had a lot of Division II games. We didn't learn anything except for Cam Rising looked good, even against the Division II team, or some of the quarterbacks. I'm going to go through the quarterbacks to see who's the surprise. I thought quarterback play last night sucked. I thought they were kind of nervous. It was their first game. I think if they played week 7, you'd have your high scoring game that I thought we'd have. USC's defense, I just it's changed, a little more blitzing. They played a little bit better. Are they really that much better? We'll see. I noticed USC changed their play calling a lot. They must listen to my show because I told them to run the ball more, and it looked like they were running a lot more. Normal USC just goes back and throws the ball all over. So I'm curious to see how they'll change, but we learned a little. It's these damn Division II games. They play them. You don't learn anything. What do you learn? They beat a Division II team 52-0, like Mississippi. It was 77-0 over Fordham. Yeah, we didn't learn shit. I mean, that's the problem with those games. And then it skews up my trends because then I'm looking at, I got to take that 77-0 out because it was against nobody and then see them in it. That's why I tend to go to the last 6 or 7 games with these, to throw out these bullshit early games. Imagine, I mean, at least in the pros, there's no high school game. Well, I guess Carolina and New England will be high school games. But yeah, I mean, Colorado, well, I mean, they're just an offensive team, not much defense. And this is North Dakota State, who's a good Division II team, but come on, they're not Utah or TCU or, Notre Dame or, God forbid, Alabama or Georgia. If they played Georgia, they'd lose like 63-0. All right, where am I? Houston and Vegas. Now, this one surprised me. I had Houston winning 38-31 with Willie Fritz, the new coach, and Vegas showed you how strong they are. They won 27-7. The quarterback went to USC, didn't even play, which I was shocked. That's why I like the over in the game. And then here comes Vegas beats them 27-7. Now, Donovan Smith's terrible at Houston. They got to get rid of him, and I'm sure they're working on the backup, but he's just not a good quarterback. I don't care. He's a good athlete, but he's not a good quarterback. I need a good quarterback. So Vegas, 27-7, that shows me a lot with Vegas. They're a good Mountain West team. They'll give Boise all they want. And they'll give Fresno State all they want. So they're a very live dog. Keep that in mind. Houston, I said, we got to wait till about week 5 till they get the system in place. But again, he had a better quarterback last year at Tulane than he's got this year. Western Kentucky, Alabama. I got to watch this game. I had Alabama winning 52-17. They win 63-0. What the hell happened to Western Kentucky, who's got a pretty good offense? Like I said, it's weird. These good, Western Kentucky will put up 50 points on half these teams. And they play Alabama and they get shut out. And you're just like, how the fuck do you get shut out? I mean, can't you drive the ball? So is Alabama's defense as good as Nick Saban's? Washington's wasn't like this murderous where they would just shut you out. So we got to see their offense. I was not surprised. Big offense. And over under was 60. I capped it to 54. And it was 42-0. I saw the second quarter. And then we got to 63. And at 56, we were a winner early in the fourth. So great offense, although Milrose didn't throw the ball. I mean, it was 4 of 6 for 250 yards and 4 touchdowns. I mean, what the fuck? So he's just throwing the ball long like Penix did. So I would think they're more of a running team. I got to check the box score there. That's where I'm pissed about Yahoo. They had all the stats for me, and then but they don't have all the games updated yet or something. It was only 10 of the 130 teams. So hopefully it gets fixed because all I did was pull it off of Yahoo and then download it into Excel, and then everything's linked. So it's beautiful. Greg and John, TK, I finally gonna get more silver. Well, you better hurry, Greg and John. Hey, Bobby Bo, LSU did it to me again. Well, Real D said that they've lost since like the last 5 years. They lost the opening game, and I said, well, Yeah, but they played Florida State in two of them and another big game. They always open with a big game, but the quarterback looked okay. The defense was okay. I don't know. Brian Kelly lost some weight. I'm waiting to see if Humpty Dumpty lost weight. It was at Illinois. I'm waiting to see if he's still 500 pounds. But yeah, well, this is not give LSU about 3-4 weeks. The quarterback's fine. I'm not worried about him. And the defense, I think, will get a little bit better. We will see. But they'll be a good team. It's going to be a tough game against Alabama, that's for sure. ND money line Saturday came through big Saturday, so I was up, but really disappointed and left money on the table. They couldn't close it at the end, settling for field goals. Yeah. Well, did you have Georgia under? I mean, that was the game I really circled was Georgia under again. Because I knew Clemson had a decent defense and no offense, and Georgia, I thought they'd shut them out. I had 31-0 and it was 34-3, but Georgia is really on fire this year because they didn't get in the playoff, as is Ohio State. Just keep betting those two. And Utah, Cam Rising, I know you don't like him, 5 touchdowns in the first half. He was like 10 of 15 for 280 yards and 5 touchdowns. And you look at half these guys, 20 for 24 for 89 yards because they just dumped the ball down. So apparently Cam Rising needed a whole reconstruction knee, which they didn't tell us. We thought it was an ACL, MCL. So that was why he didn't play last year. But nobody said it. The coach was like, "Oh, we're waiting for him to play." Like the coach didn't know he had the whole knee reconstructed. So what the fuck? Where's the communication with the doctor? And didn't he tell Cam Rising this? And then wouldn't have Cam told the coach, "Hey, it's knee." He was ready to go in the Florida game in week 1. So I don't know what the fuck happened there. I don't know if I believe that, but he looked really good yesterday or Saturday. Well, yeah, they got the field goals. That's the problem, right? So if we're sitting at 2,500, I'm a little surprised by that. Just a second. So that's what we got to see. So again, your big 4 teams where you're going to focus on is Ohio State, Oregon, I believe, Utah, and Georgia. Those are the best 4. Oregon, I don't know what happened to Dylan Gabriel. A lot of dump offs against nobody. They didn't play a good team. So those are the 4 teams to focus on. Are the teams that are pissed, right? They're going to blow you out and show no mercy. Georgia, Ohio State, and Utah. Oregon, I think so. We'll see how good Washington is. Arizona, the guy put up 61 points, Fafita. He looked great. What happened to their defense? New Mexico showed offense, so keep that in the back of your mind. New Mexico plays some of these Mountain West teams. They play Vegas. This is going to be an over games or some of these. So we're slowly learning that. That's what we can learn is those games. We can't really learn a little bit about the Division Two. Everybody, NC State they don't learn shit from that game because they don't care. They're not trying. And then the game's close. They turn it on and win. So you don't know shit from them. Pitt killing Kent State. Maybe we learned something. Bobby Bo. Person, not to get off topic. Do you get off topic? Yeah. But I know we talk about everything in the class, and Bobby Bo would appreciate some of your insights since I know that you coached your kids in sports before. I can ask you after football if not. Sure, anytime, Bobby Bo. Just go ahead and ask. Yeah, I did coach my girls' softball, basically fast pitch softball too. So let's continue. So Sam Houston and Rice. I had Rice winning 27-14. Kurt Warner's kid is on Rice now. Was on Temple last year, so we don't really know. He's not Kurt Warner, but we thought they'd score, and they lose to Sam Houston 34-14. Sam Houston had a decent defense last year, nothing great, but they had no offense, so they get a new quarterback. We will see what happens with them. We'll keep an eye on Rice. I think Warner will get better. Fucking Kurt Warner should be at practice. And then Sam Houston, we got to give him 4 or 5 games. Nevada, Troy. I told you Troy would suck with the Notre Dame offensive coordinator, and he sucked. That spread went from 13 down to 8.5. I had Troy winning 17-14, and Nevada won 28-26. So the game against SMU, they were pretty much what they did. I think the quarterback runs and passes pretty well. Nothing great. Troy's going to suck. And if you see Troy laying 10, it's just take whoever they're playing. I don't think they could beat a high school team right now. So we'll see. UCLA, Hawaii. Oh, did UCLA look bad? Holy shit. Laying 13.5. I have them winning 38-24. I figured they'd score. Garbers is terrible. Their quarterback. They beat Hawaii 16-13. Seriously? Now, I'm so confused. Hawaii's this explosive offense. Hawaii's defense was pretty good. Or UCLA's, both teams' defenses were pretty good. But Hawaii gets, Garber's terrible. So from what I gather in this game, UCLA's defense will be pretty good again, even though the coach is at USC. And they have no offense. They're an under team again. Hawaii, we know they can score, but I think everybody's going to have trouble with UCLA's defense because the defensive line coach is now the new defensive coordinator. So the guy goes to SC, they promote the guy, but he runs the same defense, and they had the talent. So that's what I'm waiting to see. Is the guy at USC really that good, or was it the talent? So I don't know what I got out of yesterday's. He probably blitzes a little bit more. We'll see. They do get Notre Dame near the end. Notre Dame's got the Michigan schedule. They got nobody. So they will run the table till USC probably. Fresno State, Michigan. Everybody thanking me for that pick that I didn't pick. I just told you Mikey Keene's a good quarterback, and it wouldn't surprise me because Michigan's got a whole new offense and a whole new head coach and head coordinator that I didn't think they'd light it up. And they really didn't light it up. They got the pick 6 at the end, or it was 20-10, and Fresno's at the 10-yard line. If Mikey Keene does a pump fake and the guy goes for the interception and then throws it, it's a walk-in touchdown. So at 20-17, I would have loved to see the fans start crying. Oh my God, we might lose. So Michigan's not a 30-point offense. The kid was okay. It looked like an old Michigan under Bo with the quarterbacks that could, throw for 10 yards. Fresno State's a very live dog. Michigan blitzed them the whole game. and he was able to get plays. So Fresno State's live. Michigan, we will see with Texas this week. It's at home. I think the defense is for real to hold Mikey Keene to 10 points. You won't see that again this year unless they play UCLA or something. So definitely we're looking at a live Fresno State dog, and they're going to play Boise, San Jose State, Michigan, killer schedule. Now the SC game, fuck. I thought they were going to blow them out, SC, with no defense and just this offense that they'll blitz them. But now they got to, it'll be interesting. The Texas game, I can't believe they're a 7-point dog. Okay, this is not my pick. Okay, so relax, everybody. But I can't believe, to quote Nick, the wrong team's favorite here. Michigan should be a 3-point favorite. You can't jump on Texas because they beat Colorado State and think, oh, they're going to go to Michigan and win. Just on the point spread being 7, I like Michigan because they're a home dog. And to me, they got, I don't know what Orgy's doing out there. If I was Fresno State, I would not have went for the fake. I would have went and sent a linebacker just to tackle Orgy, and watch Texas probably do that. He's in the field. He's just faking and running. I'm the defensive coordinator, head coach. I'm like, okay, send linebacker Bobby Bowe, and you're just going to go right after Orgy and tackle him. Okay, don't go for the fake. Go after, even if he handed the ball out, tackle him. That's what I would have done. Okay, the first few times, but after that, there was no intention of running. And why the linebackers keep going after the running back when the whole line's going after him, I can't understand that. Insanity coaching. But you watch, Texas won't fall for that. Now, Urs is good, but Mikey Keene is just as good as yours. Hate to break it to you, Texas people. So if they bottled up Keene, they'll bottle up Ewers also. And the running backs are out, but the other ones look good against Colorado State. There's a reason the first 2 guys were first team, second team. Now they both got knee injuries and they're gone. But there's a reason they were the first 2 teams, right? So, I don't know. I might jump on. I think Michigan's a live dog. Do we got an over-under on the game? We got 45 as the over-under. They won't get anywhere near that. Jesus Christ. This will be 20-17, and Michigan probably will win it because we don't want them to. But all right, Notre Dame, A&M. I couldn't play a team there. I didn't know. I thought A&M. I had 21-17, a 38, 23-13, a 36. That's pretty fucking close. So I played the game under. I thought 47. I think at the time it was 48 or 49. I got it in at. It was 6-6 late in the third quarter. I wasn't too worried. I did think at the end Notre Dame should never have kicked the field goal. You got a 7-point lead. The only way you can lose is to get it blocked and they run it back. They can't score on your defense. That should never – they never should have tried the field goal there. Just, again, insane, stupid coaching. A&M, again, I'm not excited about this coach. He didn't do anything at Duke. He used to be the A&M defensive coordinator, LO, and now he's back. And, I'm sorry. I'm not excited about A&M. Notre Dame, a good win. I don't like their coach. Riley Leonard can't throw the ball. I don't know. Southern Miss, Kentucky. I nailed this score, 31-0. Southern Miss is a Z team with a 36 defense last year. Now they get to be a 31 defense, and it's just starting. Kentucky's not a big offensive team. Usually has a pretty good defense. Just bet against Southern Miss. I mean, unless they're playing UMass or Connecticut. Georgia Tech, Georgia State. I had 49-14 Georgia Tech. A little worried about the travel. I finally play them Saturday afternoon, thinking Ohio State's going to fuck me, and they somehow won the miracle. And Georgia Tech wins 35-12, but covers the 20. I thought that was a low number. They just beat Florida State, put up 24 on that defense. So Georgia Tech is for real. They're a live dog. except for maybe, well, against Georgia, although they covered against Georgia last year, so they do got to get to play Georgia. But I like King, as long as Kings is there, the quarterback. The coach is very smart. He's like the Kansas coach. You don't know Kansas, you don't like Kansas, but they can fucking score, and they're a great over team. They won like 45-0 against Division II, but definitely love their coach there. So Georgia Tech will be on them. James Madison, Charlotte. James Madison, I had 17-10 wins 30-7. Charlotte sucks. They're a Z team. They gave up 28 a game last year. Start off giving 30 to a kind of a weak. The quarterback of James Madison I have is the transfer from Washington, the third stringer. So we'll see. But, Charlotte's terrible. They get somebody. Who did they get this week? Charlotte gets North Carolina. North Carolina's laying 22. I don't know about that game. I'm not loving it. North Carolina sucked. Their quarterback got hurt. Johnson, he wasn't very good anyway. The new one came in, couldn't even throw a pass. So I'm not all over Charlotte. They're weak, but North Carolina is terrible. Wyoming, Arizona State, shocking game. Here I had 24-23, and Arizona State 48-7. I got to check the stats of the quarterback. They're updated. I haven't had a chance to look at them. We can do that after this. It's a shocking score. Wyoming's not that bad, but they had a new quarterback, so we'll see. But what I take out of it is Arizona State put up 48 points, more than the 7 on defense. Arizona, New Mexico, I have 42-0 Arizona, but the coach went to Washington, and he took the defense with him, I guess. I was shocked, 61-29. They win by 30. I think it's 39. They win by 32. No, they win. Yeah. No, 22. They win by 22. And Conley got fucked at the end. New Mexico scores. Arizona scores, goes for 2, doesn't get it. New Mexico goes for 2, gets it. And then I score again, go for 2, and I don't get it. So I lost. If I just kicked extra points, I should have picked up 1. Instead, I lost 4. I lost 1, 2, and they got the 2-pointer. So I lost 3 points, and that would have won it for me. So that's kind of weird. But he looked great. Fafita, like 7 touchdowns, 61-39 over New Mexico. New Mexico looks like an over. No defense, but their offense got a whole lot better. Sorry. Gold's just sitting there at 2,500. I think I'm going to buy a 1/4 ounce tomorrow. I can smell it's about to go through the roof with bricks, which is definitely October 22nd. I kind of got this feeling if I don't buy it now, I'm not going to buy it later. There won't be any. We'll talk gold in a minute. So Arizona, explosive, great quarterback, and the receiver caught 307 yards. Amazing, which I knew he was good. So it's just their defense. Obviously, I had the game pegged. Had I known their defense wasn't like, I would have obviously bet it over. The over-under was only 58. I still can't believe I didn't bet the over. Well, I missed that one, didn't I? But Arizona, great quarterback. LSU, USC, I had 50-47. I don't know what they were doing. They were running too much and really, really pathetic showing by both teams. Did USC's defense get better? I don't know, maybe a little. USC's offense, I don't know. Did LSU's defense? I don't know. We don't know because the new quarterbacks. So when LSU's going against the new quarterback, he's going to be a little nervous. If this was Daniels, LSU would have put up 40 on him. So again, it's who did they play? And USC's new quarterback, Moss, I'm not crazy about. Again, it's the system. We will see. I had over, what was it, 56, 57. I got 47. I knew I was dead at 10-10 in the third quarter. I'm like, where's the big passes? What the fuck's going on? But these quarterbacks weren't very good, so they weren't trying it. Tonight, we've got LSU, FSU, BC, 4.5, 51.5. Well, you can't bet on Uglia Buglia. So I don't know. I just passed on the game. All right, let's look at week 2. We start off, I think it's Friday night, BYU, SMU. SMU 11.5, 55 is what I got last night. I'm not going to go through it right now. BYU played pretty good against D2 team, and SMU, we know how good they are. Northwestern 339 against Duke. Did Duke play, or was it Division 2? They must have played Division 2, I think. I don't know. Northwestern beat a good Miami of Ohio team. Then we get to Saturday. Cincinnati 1-59 to Pitt. Here's where we'll learn Pitt, right? We don't know Pitt. Pitt put up a big number against Kent State. I mean, what? Me and Bobby and Luke and Nick could put up 50 on Kent State. So this will be the key. Superficially, we'd say, oh, Pitt's a dog. Look what they did to Kent State, but it was Kent State, so we don't know yet. This will be a good identifier for both these teams. Kansas State 10 over Tulane, 48.5. This will be interesting. Kansas State loses Will Howard to Ohio State. They're a good team. They're well coached. Tulane lost Willie Fritz. He's now at Houston. I don't understand those type of moves. You just went undefeated at Tulane. Why the fuck are you going to Houston? Can't understand that. What's wrong with Tulane? It's in New Orleans. What the hell's wrong with it? So I don't know. The coach, then he'll do nothing at Houston, and he's undefeated at Tulane. So I think Bryn, the quarterback, he's backing up on Green Bay. So I think that's why he left. But Donovan Smith's no bargain. I don't know what to do. Normally, last year this would have been Tulane all the way. Getting 10 at home would have been a joke. But this year, we must learn. Oak State 8-60 against Arkansas. Bobby, your quarterback's gone. He's now at UCF, Jefferson. Oak State, Ollie Gordon, best runner in football until I saw Boise go for 280 or 300 or whatever he went for. We'll see. This interesting game. This will give us a good feel. Texas 7:45 to Michigan. I can't believe this line will stay, but this is not this spread stinks. This is not close to what reality. Michigan should be a 3-point favorite here. I think they were last week. I thought I saw at the bottom Michigan 3.5. So this makes no sense with that. Yeah, North Carolina kicker was the hero drilling. Well, it's not even that. The Minnesota kicker, who was very good, choked on an 8 from the 8, and then the end of the game, he pulls it. I was surprised that they left him on the right hash when he likes the left hash. Terrible coaching, and then you lose because you're an idiot. So should have put him on the left hash where his normal follow through, and he would have had no problem. But yeah, the kicker, but the quarterback got hurt. Why do they keep showing the fucking parents? Do I really care about Brad Johnson? He's sucked in the NFL. I don't give a shit about the families. Really, I can see mother and father. I don't want to. I'm watching the game, not the fathers. So we'll see. Georgia Tech 3-59 to Syracuse. Interesting game here. We've seen Georgia Tech. They'll have no problem scoring on Syracuse. What's Syracuse all about? So we will try to learn them. Bowling Green and Penn State. Bowling Green didn't play last week for some reason. Penn State 32-50. They've got the Kansas offensive coordinator, and they lit up West Virginia, and they're at home where they play even better. I doubt seriously Bowling Green scores in this game. We'll see. Rutgers 23-41 to Akron. Akron was a Z team, didn't show up against Ohio State. They're actually Gary Danielson saying, "Oh, look, they took 6 minutes off the clock, dude. They're down 20 points, and they're running, and then the backup quarterback came in. The starter got nailed and hurt his ribs. The backup comes in, and they ran a trick play and it worked. And that was like the only time they gained yards. I'm not buying Akron. Rutgers, we know how good their defense will be with the coach. So I don't know. It's a big number with Rutgers, though. These teams that can't score, it's how do you lay 23? Memphis 17-57 against Troy. We did not see Memphis last week. They played Division II. Troy, we know, sucks. Florida Atlantic 2.5-44 against my Army team. You're making my Army team a dog. Florida Atlantic lost to Michigan State 16-10. They got Tom Herman from Ohio State as the coach. He went to Houston. He was great. He went to Texas and he sucked. So he goes from Houston, Texas to Florida Atlantic. Oh my God. Army, we know how good they are. This will be a very interesting. I think Army against these type of teams is always a very live dog. 44, I don't know what kind of game Army plays yet. Are they going to just play their normal run the ball down your throat for 4 quarters and you get 3 possessions in the game and it'll be an under, or are they doing a little different? That we'll find out. Cal against Auburn. Auburn 12.5, 53.5. Cal barely beat UC Davis. Auburn killed somebody again. It was high school, so you got to throw the game out. Yeah, they scored 66 points. It's against a high school team, so we don't know what Auburn's like against Cal. This will show us. We got to check out the quarterback. Louisville plays Jacksonville State. Jacksonville State got killed by Coastal Carolina without McCall, who's on some team this year. He's still playing college ball, McCall. We've got Louisville 27.5, 58. Jacksonville State, from what I can tell, will be an over team because it's Rich Rodriguez as the coach, which means pretty strong offense and no defense. We will see. Washington, their first game, 24-46.5 to Eastern Michigan, who played UMass, right? So what do we get? This will teach us Eastern Michigan, and also teach us Washington's the first new coach, new quarterback. Yeah, they played high school, so this will be the first time against a good team. Notre Dame 30-46 to Northern Illinois. That line's way too high. Northern Illinois is not a bad MAC team. Notre Dame, I don't think, has that offense. Yeah, A&M had pretty good defense, but I'm not banking on Notre Dame to light you up with Riley Leonard. Now, they were able to run the ball really well. They have 2 or 3 running backs, I noticed. Their defense will probably be very good. Northern Illinois usually comes to you with a good defense. And we don't know about their offense. So I 30 points, maybe 21. That's too high a number. My favorite game, Iowa 36.5 to Iowa State. So we know what we're doing in this game. Iowa State's really good. Rocco Brecht's the new quarterback last year. Great coach at Iowa State. great coach at Iowa. Yeah, they got all excited. Iowa scored 40 points on a Division II team. Whipped him. Oh, McNamara from Michigan. Big fucking deal. You ain't going to do that against Iowa State. They're not going to put up 40 points. They won't put up 14 points. This is normally a 10-7 game, and I don't think that'll be any different. Iowa State could win it. Rocco Breck was pretty good last year, and with the coach, we'll see who they got. Normally, they need a stud running back. They didn't have that last year, so let's see what happens. But this is a game you're not surprised. Iowa normally wins it, and if they get to 20, they had a big offensive output. Kentucky 9.5, 46 to South Carolina. South Carolina, struggling with the Rattler backup. Kentucky struggling with just their quarterback. I don't know. I don't see a whole lot of points here. Temple goes against the Navy. Temple sucks. The Navy, I'm not sure. Navy's laying 13, which is always a lot of points for Navy to lay anybody. Over under a 43. Are we going to play Navy football, which is we're going to take 12-minute drives down the field, 85 yards, and not throw one pass. And by the time we're done with the drive, the quarter's over. So if they're going to play that, then there's only one way to play it. Baylor against Utah. Oh, I can't wait. Cam Rising, 15.5, 53. How good's Baylor this year? They ain't in Utah's class. They're not happy Utah's in the Big 12 now, I'll tell you that. Killer defense from Utah. Rising, hitting on all cylinders. There's no way Utah's losing this game. It's how good's Baylor. But can they even score on Utah? This is a great defense Utah has. This is a Georgia defense. So think about Georgia with Cam Rising on it. They'd beat half the pro teams. So I'm not going against Utah this year. It's either going to be, I'm not sure, over or under. Just when you think under, you go, oh, wait, Cam Rising could throw 6 touchdowns in any game. He's that good, and this defense. So I don't know. This spread seems, probably should be 21, maybe. Maryland, 9.5, 44 to Michigan State. Who's Michigan State? Their quarterback sucked. Childs. You barely beat Florida Atlantic 16-10. Maryland, how good are they? They beat nobody. This is a learning game. This is how good is Michigan State going to be? They seem to have a better coach, is a better defensive coach. Not much offense. Maryland, this is a game they always struggle when they play a good team, and I don't know that Michigan State's a good team. I'm assuming that. Toledo, 20-51. They get UMass. Bet against the Z team, right? So I don't know, 20. We'll have to check out the quarterback. Again, this is my first blush at it, so these aren't picks. Don't get all excited. Charlotte, North Carolina, we talked about North Carolina 22-48. Charlotte's a Z team, and North Carolina does not have an offense. Texas State, 2.5, 60 to UTSA. UTSA struggled with Tennessee State. Texas State, I think they beat a Division II team by 10. This would have been UTSA the last 5 years with Frank Harris, but we got to check out the new quarterback. Ole Miss, 41-62 to Middle Tennessee State. That number's way too high. You can't look at 77 points to, Brother Rice High School and think there's no way 41. Middle Tennessee is not that bad. I don't know how good they are, but they're not that bad. That Ole Miss is just going to go up and down the field and put up another 70. No fucking way. I'd say 28 would be my line. 41's just, who the fuck's giving out the lines here? Santa Claus? Virginia Tech, Marshall, Virginia Tech, 17-48. We don't know who Marshall is yet. Virginia Tech, 17. Struggled to my Vanderbilt team. Has drones, pretty good quarterback. Not sure yet. Old D, 1.5, 49 to East Car. We'll find out later. We don't know East Car. Old D struggled against, they played South Carolina, a low-scoring game, so we don't know how good their defense is. South Alabama, 1.5, 54 at Ohio. Ohio's a pretty good team. They struggled with Syracuse. Let's see how good they are. A little too early to tell. South Alabama had to play North Texas, got the shit beat out of them. I don't know. Superficially, Ohio's probably a live dog here, home dog to South Alabama, but we'll see. Central Michigan, 4 and 51.5 to Florida International. I'm always leery of these teams being road favorites. I don't know. UCF. Bobby, your quarterback, Jefferson's on it. He had a big game against a high school team. To Sam Houston, 23. So UCF's 23-58 to Sam Houston, who scored points. They were a very low-scoring team last year, but looks like they improved. UCF's good at home. They're in your neck of the woods, Bobby, Orlando. You going to go to that game or Air Force 6.5, 46 to San Jose State? We got to check. Air Force quarterback graduated. We got to see who the new quarterback is. They normally have a strong defense and a good offense. They can throw the ball, but they're primarily a running option type of team. Wake Forest, 254 to Virginia. Have no idea. Wake Forest played, they both played high school teams. UAB, 1254 to Lou Monroe. Lou Monroe is usually a weak team, but I don't know UAB. We'll have to look at that. Arkansas State, 764 to Tulsa. Alex plays Tulsa and has to sweat on that game with Delaware State. UAB 1254. I don't know. I don't know how bad. Lou Monroe is normally a Z team. UAB, we got to check the quarterback. We're Arkansas State, Tulsa. Arkansas State 764 to Tulsa. Yeah, that's where we're at. I have no idea how good Arkansas State is. Tulsa, I can tell you, has no defense if they gave up 38 points to Delaware State or Northwestern State, whatever. Georgia Southern, 2.5, 55 to Nevada. Georgia Southern's the good Georgia versus Georgia State. They got some good teams. Georgia Tech, Georgia's got some good teams. Nevada, we're not sure on. They played SMU pretty good, and they just beat they just beat Troy, who's not a good team. How good's Arkansas State? I don't know. Georgia Southern, Nevada. I'm losing my mind. Georgia Southern, 2.5, 55 to Nevada. We'll have to see. Georgia Southern's a good team. Nevada played SMU pretty good. Lou Lafayette, my favorite team, 14.5, 47 to Kennesaw State, which we have no data on. They were Division II last year, just moved up, played UTSA okay. We don't know how good Lou Lafayette is since they lost Levi Lewis. Kansas, 5.5, 55 to Illinois. Humpty Dumpty's still breathing on the Illinois sideline. Kansas, we know they're outstanding team, explosive. Illinois, again, they played Division II. We'll see. fucking Bama, 31-63 to South Florida. South Florida is pretty explosive this year, although so is Western Kentucky, and they got shut out. Alabama, I look for them to pile it on just like they did, score a ton there. See, now why is Ole Miss 41 to Middle Tennessee, but Alabama's only 31? You got those flipped, I think. Missouri, outstanding team, great quarterback in Cook, 34-51 to Buffalo. How bad's Buffalo? And this type of game, Alabama game, Ole Miss, we're looking at the defense. If we have any info on the defense, I don't think Buffalo they play Division II. So you've got to, what you want in the Missouri and Alabama game is going against 30 defenses. And they're going to kill them. But if they get a really good defense, then, they might not, or, they might struggle a little bit. But, yeah, Missouri should dominate Buffalo. Ohio State, 39-54 to Western Michigan. Western Michigan played somebody pretty tight. Wisconsin, 28-14 to Wisconsin, but Van Dyke's getting his thing. Although, give them credit, they scored 14 points. Here they go, Ohio State, who's pissed off. Will Howard, he's going to score. Chip Kelly's the offensive coordinator. The new receiver out of Florida looks outstanding. They're laying 39, 54. Western, how good's what? I mean, they scored 14 on Wisconsin's pretty good. I like the way Ohio State covers. They get a pick six, hitting a helmet. The linebacker doesn't just take it; he goes and runs it in, and the crowd's all excited because they covered. I love it. Ohio State always knows the number, so this will be interesting. Tennessee 7.5, 59.5 at NC State. Love Tennessee this year. Not sure about NC State and the games on the road. If this was at Tennessee, I'd take them in a heartbeat. But at NC State, we'll have to see. Colorado, Nebraska 7-57. Revenge game for Nebraska. Raiola, we got to see how good he is. Again, strong defense, Nebraska. No defense, Colorado. Just Mr. Prime Jr. Oklahoma 28, 52.5 to Houston. Houston got killed by Vegas, UNLV. Oklahoma, I still don't know their quarterback. Got to watch their replay. Houston looks like they're struggling with their quarterback. Clemson, 16.5, 52 to App State. I wouldn't be surprised if App State won. I think Aguilar's back. Clemson, their quarterback sucks. Now, you can't overreact. They played Georgia. All right, if the Detroit Lions played Georgia, they'd probably get shut out also. So it's just App State's not going to have the Georgia defense. So Kubiak, he sucks. Their defense, App State's a very good team with a very good quarterback. We'll see what happens here. Oregon, 1961 to Boise. Boise, their running back ran for 300 fucking yards. Oregon's got to be, they're usually explosive. We'll see what happens here. Gabriel looked okay, not great. He's got to get used to the offense. We'll see what happens. Oregon should be a top 4 team, but we'll see. We'll see here. But boy, if you can run the ball, you can pull the upset. But I didn't see the Yeah, they gave up 45 to Georgia Southern. I got a feeling Oregon's going to at least get 45 in this game. Washington State won over Texas Tech 66. Don't know. They both scored a ton against Division II teams. Liberty 21.5, 58 to New Mexico State, but no Pavia. He's gone. He's on Vanderbilt. How could you leave New Mexico State for Vanderbilt? Liberty's a very good team. New Mexico State, they're in trouble. So we will see. Oregon State 55.5 to San Diego State. Oregon State, who's their coach? I think he's the Arizona coach. I think he went to Washington or somebody else. Again, their coach is at Michigan State, as is Uglia Buglia, as is Childs, as is the running back. So Oregon State's in a mess. San Diego State changed their offense. They fired Brady Coach. They're bringing a new coach who's running a run-and-shoot style offense. Let's see how good it is. Arizona State, 4.5, 57.5 to Old Mississippi State. I don't know what I saw with Arizona State. They put up a ton. Maybe they have an offense. I don't know. We'll see more. Mississippi State's got an offense. Should be an interesting game. And last but not least, USC 27-61 to Utah State. We have to see what Utah State is this year. We know what they were last year. They were pretty explosive. Although we don't know what USC is now. I got a feeling the Leopards don't change their spots. Lincoln Riley's going to go back to his past happy times, but that's all he knows. And Utah State, I don't know. I think more than likely USC will be a little flat here because of the big win against LSU. They are at home. The defense, I don't know if they played better. It was a new quarterback. We got to look at Utah State, their quarterback. So this is the research. So we get the games. We kind of now have to grade the teams from last week. We look at the quarterbacks. So let's look at the quarterbacks. I'm going to go to my Excel spreadsheet. Actually, it's a fucked up Google's doc, which I hate. And I'm going to be there. So give me about 5 minutes here, and then I'll go back to comments. So we look at quarterbacks. Now, again, I got everybody. So Fajita, I start with the Big 12. Fajita, four touches, one pick, and no sacks. Kansas, Daniels was 101. KJ Jefferson, Bobby's favorite, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Garrett Green for West Virginia did shit. Got sacked twice, no touchdowns, no picks. Hoover, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions for TCU, which is better. Bowman for Oak State, 3 touchdowns, no picks. They won 44-20 over Division II. Prime Jr., 4 touchdowns, 1 pick, 1 sack. There's the sack, and he did throw the pick against North Dakota State. Now he gets a real team, Nebraska. Morton for Texas Tech, 5 touchdowns against Division II. Rocco Breck, Iowa State, 2 touchdowns. Cam Rising, we know, 5 touchdowns, no picks. 49-0. Shouldn't have been that close. Cincinnati, Brendan Sorsby, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Houston, Donovan Smith, 0 touchdowns, 2 picks. He's got to go. He's terrible. BYU, Jake Retzlaff, 3 touchdowns, no pick. They won 41-13 over Division II. Baylor, DeQuan Finn. Okay, this guy's from Toledo. 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. He does that against Utah. Forget about it. And Arizona State, Sam Levitt, 2 touchdowns, no picks, 48-7 against the high school team. All right, Kennesaw State, Davis Bryson, 1 touchdown, nothing. Liberty, very good quarterback here. Caden Salter, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Western Kentucky, TJ Finley, 0-2. That was against Alabama, though. See, it depends who they play. I mean, this doesn't give you a real Western Kentucky. You play Alabama is not the same as playing Rice. Tyler Huff, 1-2 for Jacksonville State. Parker of Wad, 0-1 for New Mexico State. They're going to be in trouble. Blake Baker, L Tech, 1-2. They're in trouble. Middle Tennessee, Nicholas Fiato, 1-1. We got Kevon Jenkins for Florida International, 1-1. Hunter Watson for Sam Houston. There you go, Sam Houston, 2-0. And Skylar Locker for UTEP, 1-1. I got to add LSU and USC. Oklahoma, Jackson Arnold, 4-0. Carson Beck, Georgia, 2-0. Quinn Ewers, 3-1. Milrose, 3-0. Dart for Old Mississippi, 5-0. Connor Wegman for A&M, 0-2. Brady Cook for Missouri, 1-0. But they won 51-0, so I don't think he played the second half. Nico Jamaliva, freshman quarterback. This must be Tennessee. 3 touchdowns, no pick. Brock Vandegroff, this is a guy from Georgia, is the quarterback for Kentucky. 3 touches and 1 interception. Graham Mertz at Florida, 0-1. Peyton Thorne from MSU's at Auburn, 4-0. Taylon Green is Arkansas. There's your buddy, Bobby, 2-0. South Carolina, Lenora Sellers 0-0. Vanderbilt, my guy, Diego Pavia, New Mexico State 2-0. And Blake Sapin from Mississippi State was at Baylor 3-0. So you just wonder about these guys. Blake Shaven going from Baylor, obviously gets beat out and goes to old Mississippi State. And then their quarterback jumps somewhere else. Riley Leonard did nothing at Notre Dame, 0-0. Pomananik at UMass, 0-0. Connecticut, Joe Fagnano, 1-1. Jordan McLeod, very good. He was at James Madison, 3-1 at Texas State. Be careful with them. Alonzo Barnett from James Madison. The Washington guy didn't play. He's Morris, 2-1. App State, Joey Aguilar. Be careful with him. He's dynamite, 2-0. Ben Woolridge, 3-1 with Lou Lafayette, my team. Goose Crowder, 1-0. He's pretty bad. He's at Troy. We're going to bet against Troy a lot. JC French, 2-0 from Georgia Southern. Supposed to be Williams from Indiana, but he got beat out by French, I guess. Gio Lopez, 3-0 with South Alabama. He's a freshman. Ethan Vasco, 2-1. I've heard of him. Coastal Carolina. Jalen Rayner, 1-1 from Arkansas State. Kristen Ballou, 1-0 with Georgia State. Braylon Braxton, 2-0 with Marshall. They got a new offensive coordinator, Doggy. He was the quarterback at Bowling Green for a while, and they would really light it up. So they were 2-0. We'll see Marshall. Southern Miss, Tate Rodemeyer was at Florida State, 0-2 with two sacks. Old Dominion, Grant Wilson, 1-2, and Lou Monroe, General Booty. What kind of name is General Booty? 1 touchdown and no interception. I can't make this up. Ball State apparently didn't play. The MAC, Tucker Gleason, 3-0 with Toledo. Brett Gabbard, 0-2 with Miami of Ohio. Connor Breslak, Bowling Green, nothing. Ethan Hampton, 5 touchdowns and 0 picks for Northern Illinois against high school. Hayden Wolf, 0-1 for Western. Joe Labus, 3-0 for Central. Again, they put up 66. Parker Navarro, 0-1 for Ohio. Peter Navarro, 0-1 for Ohio. Okay, Buffalo, CJ Ogbana, 2-0. Eastern, Cole Snyder, 1-0. Akron, Ty Bullock, 0-0. The other guy got injured against Ohio State. And Kent State, Devin Cargman, 2-1 for the Kent Staters against Pitt. Moving on, we're in the Mountain West. Vegas, Matthew Slucka, 2 touchdowns and 1 pick. Not bad. Bison Browns, 2-1 for Utah State. San Jose State, Emmett Brown from Back to the Future, 3-1. A little old to be playing football. Maddox Batson for Boise, 1-1, but the running back was the star of that one. And Nelson, the freshman from USC, got beat out by Madsen. Mikey Keene, 1-2 for Fresno, we saw. John Busha, 0-0 for the Air Force. Devin Dampier, 4-2 for New Mexico. They really lit it up. Braden Fowler Nicolsi, 0-1 for Colorado State. They suck. Wyoming. Evan Svoboda, 0-2. Brandon Shager for Hawaii, 3-2. Danny O'Neill, San Diego State, 2-0. They put up 45 points against Division II. And Nevada, this Brandon Lewis, 4-0. So he's been okay. Oregon State, Giovanni McCoy, 1-0. Washington State, John Mateer, 5-0. Had a good game. All right, let's go to the AAC. Couple more. Seth Hennigan, 2-0 for Memphis. Chandler Morris, North Texas. I've heard of him before. 3-0. Owen McCown, 3-0 for UTSA. Byron Brown, 0-0 for South Florida, and they still put up 48 points. Rice, Kurt Warner's son, Kurt Jr., 1-2. Jacob Zeno, 2-1 for UAB. They put up 41. Tulane, Darian Mensah, 2-0. Florida Atlantic, Cam Fancer, 1-2. Tulsa, Kirk Francis, 4-0 against New Mexico or Northwestern State. So I don't know how much I'd count it. Temple, Forrest Brock, 0-2. The Army, Bryson Daly, I've heard of him. They went 42-7, nothing from the quarterback. The Navy, Blake Horath, was there last year. 2 touchdowns and an interception. Look at the Navy throw the ball. They win 49-21. Max Brown for Charlotte, 1-2. And Jake Garcia for East Carolina, 4-3. SMU, Preston Stoneware, do you know about? 3-1. He's outstanding. Florida State, DJ Ugliabuglia, 0-0. So he plays tonight. Max Johnson got hurt for North Carolina, 0-1. I'll have to change that. Cam Ward, 3 touchdowns and 1 pick for Miami of Florida. Fernando Mendoza, 1-0 for Cal. Haynes King for Georgia Tech, 2-1. They're looking good. Tyler Shaw, 4-0 for Louisville. He's from Texas Tech, I believe. Yeah, Texas Tech quarterback. So 62-0. So it's, these Texas Tech, TCU, the guys who back up end up going to somebody else. They're all good in these Texas colleges. Cade Klubenak, so we know that's Clemson, 0-1. Chiron Drones, 2-1. That's Virginia Tech. Maylock Murphy, 2-1 from Duke. He's from Texas. He's a sophomore, but apparently not that good. There's Grayson McCall. North Carolina State. Okay, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick. They won 38-21. So they're going to be okay, North Carolina State, with Grayson McCall. McCord from Ohio State is at Syracuse, 4 touchdowns and a pick. Boston College is on tonight. Anthony Calandrio, 2-0 for Virginia. Ashland Daniels, 1-1 for Stanford. Hank Bachmeier, he stinks, 3-0 for Wake Forest. And Eli Holstein, 3-1 for Pittsburgh. They put up a big 55 on Kent State. I got to update. Okay, and last but not least, the Big Ten. Oregon, Dylan Gabriel, 2-0, 3 sacks. That could be a problem, 3 sacks. USC, I don't have. Will Rogers for Washington from Old Mississippi State, 1-0, 2 sacks. Drew Eller, Penn State, 3-0. Davis Warren is Michigan, huh? I didn't even know. 1-1 and 1 sack. Will Howard, Ohio State, 3-0. Billy Edwards is at Maryland, 2-0. Ethan Garber's at UCLA, 1-2. Luke Altmaier, 4-0. That's Illinois. Big Purdue. Hudson Card, 4-0. He's from Texas. Tyler Van Dyke, we know all about from Miami. He's on Wisconsin. He didn't do anything, 0-0. Mike Wright, 0-0 from Northwestern. Yeah, they won 13-6. The quarterback didn't help. They brought in the SD State offensive coordinator. Like, that's supposed to be good. Ethan Kelamanis was the quarterback at Minnesota. He's terrible, but 3-0 for Rutgers. So I guess the different play calling, and they run the ball down your throat. He was able to find some good receivers. Curtis Rourke, who came from Ohio, 1-0 for Indiana. So you got the James Madison coach, and they got Curtis Rourke. Max Brausmer from Minnesota, he sucked, 0-0, 5 sacks. Dylan Raiola, couldn't beat out the guy on Georgia Beck, so he transfers to Nebraska, and he goes 2-0 with the sack. Iowa, Cade McNamara from Michigan, 3-0, and Michigan State has Aiden Childs, who was the Oregon State freshman, didn't play a lot because you had Uglia Buglia there losing your games. 0-2 with the sack. So that is your quarterbacks. So what you're looking at is, okay, now we got an idea of the quarterbacks, right? That's the key. You got to have a good quarterback. I think we saw Baylor, and I think that helps make up our mind when they're playing Utah. The quarterback wasn't that good, and now he gets to go against Utah. That's what you're looking at. What? Well, Kate Klubeck, you can't take anything. They play Georgia. Of course, he's going to look like shit. So you got to be careful who they play. We got to see how good Alabama's defense really is. We know Ohio State. We know Utah, great defense, great quarterback. See, those are your A teams. They got the quarterback, they got the defense. I want to bet on them. I don't want to bet on the Z teams, UMass and Connecticut and Southern Miss. And, we'll find we the way I usually bet, I go down to the conference and where's my A teams, where's my Z teams? And I usually try to pound the Z teams. And then if it's A against A, I take the dog. When I get teams like North Texas, it's overs. We got to see some of these others to determine if they're A teams, and then you struggle when they're not quite an A team. They're kind of a B team. That's where the B teams come from. They're not quite the A team, but they have a pretty good offense and a pretty good defense. So they're a pretty good team. So you got to be careful. Usually one unit's good. So usually Iowa, betting them under. Where Alabama, it looks like we're betting them over. USC, we've been betting over for the last few years. That was the only good thing Caleb was good for. Or choking in the big games. So I'll never forget, I had the over in the Notre Dame USC game last year. And I somehow get it because he threw 3 picks and a fumble. So I scored 4 times on my defense. Caleb forgot to show up for that game. So, yeah, I could see him being the number 1 draft pick. So let's see. Bobby's back. Yeah, Bobby owes us some silver because when you miss class, you owe us a few ounces of silver. Yeah, Prime at Nebraska, they're gonna struggle mightily against that defense. The 2 worst quarterbacks in the country are Jefferson and Rising. Yeah, I think we can find 2 worse ones. Uglia Buglia is not better than them. Greg has been vampiring me. We'll be in economics class talking gold and talking bricks, and who's my favorite football player? I'm like, what does that have to do with gold and bricks? He comes in with the vampire questions that, like, dude, you're in the wrong. You want to talking about bricks and gold? Yeah. Don't ask me my football questions in economics. That's why I have 2 classes. So a lot of it is the economics guys don't want to listen to the football. They're waiting for the economics. So they said, why don't you have 2 classes? And I said, well, so I can do that. So that's kind of what I'm doing now, Bobby Bo. But if you want the picks, then you got to sign up for the football pro and or college classes, and they're $25 each. And then we will talk college or pro, whatever the class is, and we'll go through all the picks and all the good stuff. So that's where we're at. Yeah, we know you're a vampire. Do you know what a vampire is, Greg and John? I don't think you know what a vampire is. TK, I need a pick, brother. Who's playing tonight? Well, if you would have bought my picks, you wouldn't need a pick because I had a great week, and I don't give out picks here. So can't help you, Greg and John. You guys I know I'm good. I know you like my picks, but I'm asking for a whopping $25 to do a class or just buy my picks. So, if you don't want to give me $25 to get my pick, Greg and John, I can't help you. I mean, that's kind of insulting that you just want me to give it to you. all the guys that bought might get a little pissed off if I give you a pick. And if you can't afford the $25, then why are you betting? And if you can, then why aren't you paying up? So no, I don't give it. So can't help you, Greg and John. Sign up. Put your money where your mouth is. So let's see. So now we study. Fucking Yahoo fucked up, and I don't have all the teams didn't come through. Hopefully, they'll come through tomorrow, so I can see the points for, points against, and then rushing and passing and total yards, so I can tell what type of team you are. So if I see you run for 280 yards and pass for 100, and you're not named Army and Navy, I can see you're a good running team, probably like Boise. I can go into the box scores, but it's much easier just to read them on my list than that. So that's what I do. So now I've identified the quarterbacks on the teams and how good they are. And some, again, if they played Division II, it still shows me something. They threw 3 touchdowns and no picks. But, maybe I'm a little bit more on the quarterback, even though they played Division II versus the team. They won 52-0. Does it mean anything against Southeast Louisiana Tech? Probably not. But if the quarterback throws for 3 or 4 touchdowns and no picks, now if the quarterback goes 0 touchdowns and 4 picks against Louisiana Tech Junior College, then I've learned. But otherwise, you expect him to have a pretty good game. So teams like Michigan State and Houston will get better with the new coaches because they're good coaches. Alabama, I don't know what to expect. 63-0. Western Kentucky is a pretty good team. Just to shut them out, I'm absolutely shocked, but we'll see. So that's a look at last week. We got the game tonight. Like I said, it's Florida State lane 16.5, 51.5. Against Boston College, 6.5, 51.5. Are you going to trust Oogly or Boogly? Good luck. Yeah, don't cry when you lose that one. On the Oogly or Boogly, we've talked about him enough that you cannot bet on him to win. He'll throw a couple interceptions. Boston College's quarterback is very bad also. All right, so that's week 2. Let's go to the NFL. And that starts Thursday, and we're already at Monday. It's funny when you're not working, you don't care about the holiday because tomorrow's a holiday for me also. Every day's a holiday. So gold's sitting right at 2,500, silver at 28.55. Bobby Bowe, you wanted to ask me a question about me coaching my kids? Please ask. Let me get to the line on Pro Football. Just a second. So I'm teaching a class tonight, a one-on-one with the guy. He wants to learn how to do this. So happy to help him. All right. So you can do that too if you want just an individual class. That's not a problem. All right, let's look at the NFL. So we got Thursday, Kansas City, Baltimore, Friday in Brazil for some stupid reason. Green Bay, Philly. I don't think it'll bother them going, although there will be jet lag. I don't know the 4 or 5 hour flight, but I don't think it's a big time zone difference coming back. But it's Friday. They're all fucked up. They're used to playing Sunday. Now, week one, it works because they're not in any rhythm yet. Pro football is going to be difficult. Half these guys have not played in the preseason. They're going to get injured very rapidly. Cramps, hamstrings, all going to be big problems week one because they are not in condition to play. This bullshit of they're playing in practice, they're not going full speed. I guarantee you, they're not getting hit. Quarterbacks probably got the red jersey on. I would say that ain't nothing. They are not ready to play, especially 4 quarters. So they're going to be a lot of tired, injured players who are trying to avoid injury in the preseason only to get injured in week one. Especially Brazil. I don't know if it's a high altitude or not. But then the following week, and then they got to get into rhythm of every Sunday, and the NFL does a good job of fucking that up with these Thursday night games and the Monday night games. They shouldn't have those. You're trying to prevent injury with the stupid retarded kickoff return, and then you have this. All right. So KC 346.5. That number's really not changed. We saw a few 2.5s, now back to 3. They're monkeying around. All I can tell you is both defenses. Last year was 17 on both teams, and Lamar against Mahomes. That's it. There is a little trend for Baltimore. 7-1 is a road dog in Kansas City. Again, Kansas City's getting the ring. Last year they would have won, but Kelsey and the defensive lineman didn't play. So they, at this point, are playing. So we will see. Green Bay, Philly, again in Brazil on Friday. Philly 2.5, 48.5. Number hasn't moved. It's going to be weird Friday night, but not as weird because it's week one in Brazil. Philly had a 25 defense. Green Bay at 21. Love against Hurts. Green Bay is a strong road dog. 8-0 last year, which is the only year you can get because that's when Jordan Love played. He got better. He looked good against Dallas in the playoffs. He looked good against the Niners in the playoffs. Okay, fine. Philly absolutely sucked. Jalen Hurts, not a good quarterback. Oh, how can you say that? He runs so well because he can't throw. He can't read a defense. I'm sorry. If he was all that, then they wouldn't have lost 7 in a row. Trouble anytime you had, whatchamacallit, their defensive coordinator, the name slips me. But you got 2 new coordinators now. These so fucked up because they keep bringing in these coordinators who are not ready at all. They're lousy. The coaches have no idea what they're doing, most of them. I'd say the only coach that knows what he's doing is really Sean Payton, maybe Reed. I don't think Harbaugh either has a clue. Most of these are offensive coordinators from the Rams or the Niners. Like, that's the cure-all. And KC laughs all the way to the bank because they got Mahomes. Cincinnati, the next best team, as long as Burrow plays. All right. So, again, 2.5, 48.5. Love against Hurts. Green Bay, a strong road dog with Love. The Bears, 4.5, 45.5 against Tennessee. Both with 22 defenses last year. Levis against Caleb. We'll see. Caleb's first game. How many interceptions will he throw? Houston, 2.5, 49 to Indy. Indy with the 24 defense. Houston with the 21. Stroud against, looks like Richardson. Their best quarterback is Bean from Kansas. They should start him as soon as they can. Case Keenum, probably better than C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud just runs around, can't read a defense, runs around and hopes somebody gets open. This is their playbook. This is the Shanahan, obviously. What's his name? McVay playbook. Run around until somebody gets open and just throw it. Just pray. Buffalo 648 to Arizona. Kyler Murray against Josh Allen. 27 defense, Arizona, 18 for Buffalo. Riddler, the backup for Arizona. Oh my God. What is he still doing in the league? Cincinnati, 8.5, 40.5. Against New England. New England was a 22 defense. No more Belichick. Cincinnati was a 23. Burrow against Brissett. Zappy the backup. Not Drake May. Give me a break. Logan Woodside from Toledo's their backup. He's pretty good. Since he was 7-1, but Burrow didn't play that much last year. Burrow will be fucking on fire. Atlanta 3-42. We've got Cousins against Wilson. Penix should get in the game as soon as possible. You're not going to win anything with Cousins because he ain't ever won anything. He didn't win anything at Michigan State. They didn't win the Big Ten. Pitt with the strong defense, the 19. Atlanta with the 22. And again, 42.5. So Wilson against Cousins. Hopefully Wilson plays normal and Cousins is terrible. Zappy got released and the Pats have Joe Milton. Well, it shows you that they don't know what they're doing at New England. They might not win a game this year then. So if they got to go to Drake May and think they're going to win a game, and yet Brissett, he's like 18-40 as the starter, is beating them out, they're in big trouble. The other losing team, New Orleans, 41.5 to Carolina. New Orleans with the 19 defense, Carolina with the 25. Young against Carr. Young is horrible. I don't know. They didn't play him in the preseason. That shows me how stupid this new coach is. And when he gets fired after going 0-17, we'll have a new coach next year. Amazing how they hire coaches and how stupid they are. Miami 3-49.5 to Jacksonville. Lawrence against Tag. 22 defense, Jacksonville. 23 Miami. The worst game of the day, even worse than the Carolina game. Minnesota 1-41.5 to the G-men. 1-41.5. We got a 21 defense mini, 24 Giants. Darnold against Jones. Is this real? I mean, Darnold's terrible, and Jones is even worse. Danny DeVito and Nick Mullins is the backup. I'd rather see Mullins and DeVito. They're better. How the head coach can't figure that out, you wonder why he's the head coach. And then when they get fired, you totally understand why they get fired. Seattle's up to 6-42. Both teams had 24 defenses. You got Nix against Smith. I'd say Nix is the better quarterback in that group. Seattle loses Coach Pete. I don't like their new head coach. Sean Payton's the best coach out there now. After Coach Pete was let go, after Belichick was let go. And amazing, neither of them got hired because they don't know the new offenses. They're actually head coaches. Interesting there. San Diego and Oakland. San Diego 3-40.5 against Oakland. Minshew against Herbert. Oakland with the 20 defense. San Diego with the 23. San Diego will be under 20 this year, as will Oakland. Minshew's not bad. Herbert, he's been injured, so how good's he going to be? He'll probably come out okay. Who's he going to throw to? He has no receivers. Kelly, the running back from Tennessee or from UCLA. Oakland, they've got the guy Sincere McCormick was in the preseason. I hope they use him. And they got my man Brock Bowers. So look for Oakland this year. Dallas, Cleveland, 2.5, 42. Prescott against, well, I guess Watson's out, so it looks like against Thompson Robinson, I think. Trey Lance, I don't know what they're fucking around with him for. And Huntley, I think, is the backup for Cleveland. Thompson Robinson's okay. 19 defense for Dallas. Micah Parsons, 21 with whatchamacallit. I want to call him McGraw, but I know that's not right. Anyway, Garrett is very good for Cleveland. Washington, Tampa, 3.5, 43.5. Daniels against the Baker. Washington with a 31 defense last year. Tampa with a 19. They got a new coach. They'll probably still suck defensively. We'll see. Detroit, 3.5, 51. Stafford against Goff. Stenson Benson's been playing, looking good for LA. And Goff, Hooker looks much better than Goff. LA with a 22 defense, Detroit with a 30, and it didn't get any better. They didn't get rid of their defensive coordinator. You're gonna watch. All right, if there's a thing, I hate doing these plays. I would bet both Cooper Kupp and Pukanuka get over 200 yards passing in this game. I think Stafford's gonna just light it, just like he's gonna go, wow, look at all the room my guy's got, and he's got two of the best receivers going against the weakest secondary in the league. Maybe Washington's weak or Carolina. It's just going to be, you take it. I caught 3. It's your turn. Stafford pinpoint passing, revenge from the playoffs. Pukanuka, Cooper Kupp. Yeah, this could get ugly. And the last game, the Niners, 3.5, 43.5 to the Jets's, down from 5. This was 5.5, 3.5. Now it's 3.5. And 43.5, down from 45.5. Aaron Rodgers, hopefully he plays more in the first play against Brock Purdy. Jets with the 21 defense, I expect it to be much better because Rodgers will keep him off the field. He'll get these drives. He likes waiting until the end. Purdy, 18 defense. If they fire their guy, the Lions keep their guy with a 30 defense. But San Francisco fires them with an 18 because they lost. They didn't blitz Mahomes enough. So you got to attack. So we got the Niners here with the 18 defense. I wouldn't be surprised if the Jets end up with a 16 defense. The way they play, and with Rodgers, they'll be well rested. Look for that. Very interesting first game. Let's see. So that is week 1. So we start Thursday. I'll post the picks. Now they'll be available tomorrow. My week rolls over. So if you were to buy the pros today, you're not going to get them. You're going to get this week's, which there wasn't any pros. So just wait till tomorrow. You want to get it in quickly because these lines will change. And I basically have all the games. I don't think I'll play all of them, but I certainly could if challenged. If I had to play a 14-team teaser, I could play it. I love a lot of these games. This should be an interesting week. And I'm going by last year's things. Um, you know, what will there be changes? I'm not expecting most of these teams to change. Philly, you got the new defensive coordinator. Pitt won't change. Atlanta, they're going to have to get used to, well, Cousins and Penix. Buffalo, we'll see what's going on with them. Arizona, probably still terrible defense. The Bears will be the biggest change with Caleb. Now, supposedly they're a little better defensively, but they got worse offensively. Caleb's going to struggle the first 10, 15 games. Everybody thinks he's just going to walk in like it's no big deal, and it's bullshit. You don't walk in like it's no big deal. Sorry. And these NFL defenses, he's kind of getting a break with Tennessee because they don't have Vrabel, who was a great coach. But wait till he plays. Well, Detroit doesn't have a defense. Green Bay, pretty good. Minnesota's got a pretty good defense. But if he were to play Dallas, Frisco, look out. He's going to really struggle. Cincy, we got Joe Burrow back. New England, they lost Brady. Now they lost Belichick. They don't have a quarterback. They don't have a coach. They have no running. They have no defense. Good luck winning a game there. Houston, Indy, Stroud, and Richardson. We will see Richardson for 3 or 4 games till he gets hurt. He's too stupid to slide. Stroud, he can't go back and pass. He's not. Keenum would be better for them. As well, I think Willie Fritz, the Houston college coach, would be a better fit for them than their coach they have. Jacksonville, Miami, Lawrence and Tag, both chokers. Carolina, New Orleans, Young's terrible. Carr's okay. Their keys, Kamara and Olave, and the new Fairchild, the new tight end from Kansas, is really good. In the Giants, no quarterbacks. Oakland, San Diego, we got Minshew and Brock Bowers. And San Diego, you got Harbaugh fucking things up. As only Harbaugh can do. Denver, you got Bo Nix and Esteen from Notre Dame. Look for them to be much improved. Geno Smith, I don't know. New coach. How do you get rid of Coach Pete? That's a terrible move. Oh, but we'll have a better offense. Oh, really? Oh, and how's your defense? Oh, yeah, it's non-existent. Dallas, Cleveland, Prescott's terrible. Cleveland, I don't know. We got to see Thompson Robinson. Huntley, the backup. Dallas, I don't know. If they go to Trey Lance, they're really in trouble. Prescott's good for 2 picks a game. Just a terrible quarterback. Washington starts Daniels, who's their defense. Tampa Bay, we've seen. Shouldn't change. Rams shouldn't change. You got Stafford. They do lose Aaron Donald, which will hurt them. But you got Stafford, Puka now for a whole year, and Cooper Kupp. Look the fuck out. Who's going to stop them? Because it ain't going to be the Lions. Lions, decent offense, no defense. They're fucked. I'm hearing them winning the Super Bowl, getting the Super Bowl. They're not going to play Carolina and Atlanta and Tampa all year, guys. They got the Rams and the Niners and Seattle. Green Bay is going to win the division. I don't think the Bears can beat them. The Vikings, not one. Nick Mullins quarters. That's the only thing going for them is Caleb sucks, and then Minnesota. Darnold might beat them once in Minnesota, but they got a tougher schedule, and we know what happens with the Lions. They win against the easy schedule. When they get the tougher schedule, it's 5-12 time. The Jets, Aaron Rodgers, they got a great defense. They got great receivers. They just need a quarterback who can understand this offensive coordinator, and that's Rodgers. And then the 49ers should be very good. New defensive coordinator, Brock Purdy, McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Kittle, on and on and on. Great defense. This will be, again, it'll be them and the Rams and Green Bay, I think, for the championship. And against KC, Cincinnati, the Jets, maybe Oakland or Denver. We'll see how they do. And then you got Cleveland if they get a quarterback. Baltimore has no chance with Lamar. Pittsburgh, if Russell Wilson plays better, could definitely be a strong playoff team. They have the defense. Part one of the formula, the defense, and part two is the quarterback. Is Russell Wilson from Seattle, or is the Russell Wilson? He wasn't that bad at Denver last year. So I don't know. We got to see what we got there. I do like Tomlin, good coach. I just don't know if he's Russell Wilson. Pittsburgh could really make damage. So that is week one in the pros. That is a look at what happened in week one in college and getting ready for week two in college. I was able to pull my normal stats so I can grade my teams. However, it's hard to grade the team that played the high school team. And so many of those games, and really they just fuck you up because you see it's like Ole Miss wins 77-0. You can't grade them as an over team, as an A team. They're not. We don't know what they are. So you've got to be careful, these bullshit teams. So that's why I need to bring my schedule so I can see who this is the teams I can look at, and the others they're just garbage. Greg and John, Ryan Tannehill gives a shit. I did win $50. Well, then you got money. My class is 25, Greg and John. So I don't know. And then so how do you bet? You had $50 apparently. I don't buy that shit, Greg and John. Sorry. I don't I'm not going to listen to sympathy. Oh, I don't have money. Come on. Don't go there with me. It's just, I don't hear it. I mean, it's just stupid. If you want to bet, you have money. What are you going to bet? Goldfish? You're going to bet crackers? I mean, how do you bet the games? Bobby Bo, you had questions, or you moved on? Questions with some of your insights, since I know that you coached your kids. So I'll go through it, and then you can. I don't know what your question is, but coaching my kids, you can't play favorites. You can put them at their position is the advantage. My one daughter, Ashley, was a good shortstop, so I played her at short. I had a good short, so I moved her to second. And you bat her fairly. My younger one could pitch, but she couldn't connect the dots. She threw a pitch, one of her first batters, and the girl hit it back to her and hit her in the chest. And I'm like, why didn't you catch the ball? Like, the play goes on, you pitch it, and then if they hit it, you got to field it. Like, how do you not know that? So I wondered which kid it was, if it was mine or not, because my kid would know that. Ashley knew that. So hard to believe Haley just went, mind fucked. But anyway, you just coach them. You coach the whole team. You play your daughter where she's worth. If she's a good hitter, you bat her first or second. If she's there, oh, hey, Bobby. Yeah, I can try to explain. I think I mentioned to you about a year ago about a nephew of mine that plays high school basketball. He has great discipline like I did, self-driven, etc. Okay. Go ahead. I think I remember you going to the game, getting thrown out or something, or you argued, or you did something where you got thrown out, I think. So your role as coach is my role as teacher. My role as teacher is to explain so you understand. Just 2 weeks ago, he was watching video on players similar to him. So he definitely got interest. Okay. So the job of the coach is to teach the player so he gets better. My job here is to teach you how to bet football or money management or gold or whatever. So you understand that's what I'm teaching you. And if you have questions, I expect questions, not like Greg and John vampiring us. I love Greg and John. Are you a vampire too, TK? It's like, oh my God. If I got to explain that to you, what are you doing here? And out of nowhere, he hit me with a text 2 days ago saying that he mostly likely will be playing his last season. Okay, so what happened? Well, we got to understand why is it his last season. What did the coach do? Did the coach bench him and he got frustrated and upset? Talk to him like a man. Talk to him the way you want to be talked to, Bobby. He's in high school. He's old enough to be talked to. It's fine. They'll respect that from you. Daria's got a daughter and she's like 13 and she says, treat me like an adult. Don't baby me. I respect that. I said, I will if we ever meet. But treat him like an adult. He's high school. He's not a kid. He's 16, 17. I will have a call with him this week to see if I can get into his head since he respects me a lot and influenced as I am a former athlete. Well, that's a good thing. And I just feel very disappointed because he had so much potential. So we've got to get to the why. I mean, that's how I view the problem. The problem is, why is he quitting, right? And the solution, he's got to tell us. He's the only one who can say, I'm quitting because of this. Is it girls? Is it he's on the bench? He's lost interest for some reason. So he's either in love with the cheerleader or he's getting benched and not playing, or the coach is playing his son over him. So he's disillusioned. It's one of those things. If he's that good and he should be starting and he's not, I can see where he'd get frustrated. I just feel very disappointed because he has so much potential. Feel like I lost a big wager or something. He does have a new little girlfriend, but he had her since last year, so it's been a gap. Well, has he lost interest in it, or did the coach fuck him up? That's really your question, is why. You don't want him to quit for quitting, because that's never good to quit, and then he's going to quit other things. So you got to teach him that. But I didn't. If my daughter didn't want to play fast pitch, I didn't care. I didn't care if she played or not. It was all up to her. And she was my older Ashley was very coordinated. Haley wasn't, but Haley she was a good fast pitch pitcher. But if they wanted to play, I was fine with it. If they didn't want to play, I was fine with it. I didn't, it was like, this is whatever you want to do, please do. So I didn't care, but you got a different situation. Although I think it's still a factor, even though he said that's not the case, but I haven't personally talked one-on-one of the thing that's what I mean. Yeah. So just have a nice little chat. What's going on? And then you can bring up some baseball stories where you had trouble in the minor leagues and you said, fuck it. And you stuck with it. If that's the problem, if he just doesn't want to play, then fine. Tell him to buy gold and he won't have to work soon. The price on gold after October 26th, it doesn't matter. You're going to be so rich, it won't matter, Bobby Bo. Once BRICS announces it, the dollar's in big trouble. Gold will shoot up through. Silver will follow. And you'll be owning an island somewhere in the Caribbean. Luke keeps asking me, have you seen Bobby? You've seen Bobby? We got to go to Capitol Grill and celebrate the gold. And I said, well, he'll be there. No quitting. It's cool. But the thing is, he was practicing past couple of months and was feeling great just 2 weeks ago. He said he wants to play, but he's saying for fun and all that is almost like he don't want the pressure. Yeah, my daughter was like that too. And my oldest one, Ashley, was actually pretty good. She could actually hit 60-mile-an-hour pitching, and she was what, 13, 14. Good glove at short and second, decent arm, could catch fly balls. She was a good player, but she didn't want the pressure either. She's like, I liked it when it was just slow pitch and we're out having fun. I didn't like all the pressure of the coaches. She said, I'm not playing for that. I'm playing for fun. So I get that. I don't know what's going on if the kids don't, with all this, well, we don't keep score crap is getting the kids out of the competition part. You should be playing with the score and trying to win. You don't, there was some movie or something where the kids don't keep score. And you're like, what are we doing out here then? This is a game. There's a winner and a loser. You play tag, there's a winner and a loser. What do you mean you don't keep score? I mean, how do you know who wins? Well, we don't care who wins. Then what are you playing for? This is supposed to be competition. I'm playing my team against yours, and don't cheat, and whoever wins wins. Well, there's nothing you can do if he's scared of the pressure, and he doesn't understand you can get a high school, you can get a college scholarship and not have to pay for college. But it's a shame if he's that good to not take it seriously, I guess. So I think this is the problem with a lot of kids now. They don't know how to compete because they all get trophies for trying. Oh, you competed. Here's a trophy. Some of these don't even want to give grades anymore. Well, we're not going to do grades. We're just going to. So I don't know. It's crazy, but I don't know what to tell you, but I'm worried that it's going to be other problems. Well, I don't really want to work, Uncle Bobby. I can't handle the pressure. I mean, that's where I see the problems. I can't take responsibility. Yeah, we had a baby, but it's too much pressure. I don't want it. That's where the problem comes. He's got to be a man and take responsibility. And when he quits like this, it sounds like he doesn't want the responsibility and he's quitting. And I don't know. You've got to get to other areas and make sure, he takes the responsibility of that. He just started 10th grade 2 weeks ago, so I think he just may be burnt out and don't want the pressure of having to perform to expedite while juggling school and girlfriend and all that. The way school is now, they keep them so busy. It's fucking ridiculous. I didn't like it when I was still married. My kids were in like 8th grade, 7th grade, and my daughter would come home with all her homework and give it to me, and I'd be tired after working all day going, I don't... You don't understand. I'm an INFJ. I need to shut off. I need to have an hour of peace and quiet and recharge my battery. I can't come home, make dinner, and then go do your homework and get and then finally get my battery recharged at 9:30. Well, you don't even try the homework. You just want me to do it for you. No. You got to do your own homework. I didn't like that. I didn't like that. She had all the homework, and I didn't like she had no idea how to do it. All my homework I had when I went to school, 7th, 8th, 9th grade, I did it before I left class, but I was really good at math, so I could do these 20 math problems. They were done, and then so I had no homework. Not like these kids today. I just struggle with what they're doing, and I know the education problem in the U.S. is terrible. I honestly, I wouldn't have the kid in public school. I think it's the worst I've ever seen. So have the parents homeschool them. Bibby Bo has pretty good intuition, and I think, well, of course, you're an INFJ too, Bobby. And I think he just feels kind of overwhelmed because when things have abruptly, it's more emotionally decision happened abruptly. It don't make logical sense. That's my disappointment, but I will ask him some key questions and see what's up with him. Greg and John, don't kiss Bobby's ass, please. We know that you're in love with him, and he's your man. Enough. Poor Bobby. That's vampiring, Greg John. It has nothing to do with class. Well, no, it doesn't make logical sense that he would quit. Hey, Luke, we got Bobby here for you. I told Bobby you were waiting for Capitol Grill with us. Hey, Luke's father delivered Bobby's kids. Well, I watched Mahomes play. I don't, not in love with him. Huh. Luke, we're at 2,500 today. I'm shocked. It's been like a $5 range. I think it hit 25.07 and 24.98. Now it's sitting at 25, and it looks like it's closed because it's just straight line until Asia comes in. I'm surprised Asia didn't jump. And like I said, we got a very small jump. I don't know. Yeah, I watched Mark. He had some idiot on, that cowboy on, who the cowboy's just, all he's doing is watching me and stealing all my stuff. For a time, he says gold, is tier one S. There's no counterparty risk, and I keep saying it's you can't inflate it. Is why gold's been money and will stay money. And all of a sudden, he's using that line on his show or with Mark McGuire, saying how, well, the real reason with gold is you can't inflate it. That's why it's there. And I'm like, where have we heard that from? It's like when he stole my Titanic line. Look, I don't care if they use my lines because obviously they should. They could give me a little credit, like, hey, here's this guy, professor, who's smarter than all of us. But fuck, don't use my lines and then, take credit like they're yours. I'm not an idiot. I think it will bounce back in Q4. No, Bobby, it's going to bounce back September, October. BRICS gold is October 22nd, gold back currency. You better buy your gold now because you're not going to get it after that week. It'll be probably 5,000 to 10,000 an ounce. Isn't the long 3-day weekend supposed to be when they land best? I don't know. Like I know you said that you thought they would like we'd all wake up Monday morning and they'd reset it, but I don't know. Who knows what they're doing, but the only thing we know is they obviously are running out of shit for their derivatives. And we've seen them all week. They didn't 10 o'clock drop it. Or it just was $5, $10, and then back up. I think London's doing the derivative at 6 in the morning. I keep seeing that drop. Asia's buying like there's no tomorrow because there isn't. China's absolutely broke. There's a China video. We might as well just go into economics now if there's no more. Sports questions. So here we got China's economy is about to collapse. Then there's Alligator did a one on as good as gold. I don't really get the title because he doesn't really talk about it. This one, China's auto giants just declared this. They're doing they're fucking up Europe, China. Then we've got this BRICS updates. Saudi has signed a $50 billion deal with China and reject the U.S. Game over for U.S. because now that Saudi and China are going, dealing leaves the U.S. out, and they're both kind of hate the U.S. So good job, Biden, to fuck up everything. Going to be interesting, but the more they deal with each other, it just goes to the BRICS gold-backed currency. There was one I saw on China. And there's this video I got to watch. They're killing Europe. Why can't Europe compete with the U.S. and China? Because they're all fucked up. There's this interesting one I got to watch on the Trump shooting. Did this woman know the shooting was going to happen? And there's like the body language expert. So I got to watch that one. Here's a good match for you, Bobby. Ric Flair and Barry Windham against Eddie Gilbert, and Mr. X is whatchamacallit? What's the Hawaiian guy? Ricky Steamboat. So it was a pretty good match. I haven't watched it all yet, but you get to see Rick woo around a lot. China politics and turmoil. Z is surrounded by, the military is falling apart. They have no money. They're broke, except for the 60,000 tons of gold they have. Why aren't they using it? I have no idea what they wait for. In China, the world's factory is done. They have nobody making products anymore, selling it. Nobody's working. They're all fucked in China. So people that think China is going to be the number one economy are out of their fucking minds. Here's a good, here, I'll give you this one from Egon, Bobby. You haven't.
How Americans should be getting ready for a Fed funds rate, which is a 2.5% or so, or a little less. I think it's going to be much higher than that. Is that what you're saying? Is that right?
Yes, that's nothing. That's normalcy. Those are rates that we are not going to see. We're going to see exponentially higher, in my view. Let me repeat what I said about the money printing just in the last 3 years. We're talking about money printing to the extent of, I said 72, I think 74% increase in money supply in M1 in the US in the last 3 years. That basically will all translate into inflation. Nobody understands that. The increase in money supply is totally inflationary, has a direct result in inflation figures. So we're going to see inflation at massively higher levels. And of course, as I said before, no one can afford that. And not only that, but it's going to last a lot longer than anybody expects.
How Americans should be
It's not going to last longer. It's going to kill us. It's going to knock us out of the game. We get it. So Egon's been watching me too, because I keep saying it's the money printing that is the inflation. And he never got that. They kept thinking it's prices. Now I notice these guys watching me are starting to say, oh, yeah, it's the money supply, and it's gold, and, gold's the only lifeboat there is. So they're starting to get it. You need to see that was a little. He's wooing, not as wooing as he normally is, though. He was too young back then. Luke isn't the okay. Luke, Bobby, what happened to LSU? LSU is going to struggle this year. Well, LSU, they got a new quarterback. It's going to give them time. I think their defense is okay. I think they'll be okay. Can they beat Alabama and Georgia? There's no fucking way they can beat Georgia. Can they beat Alabama? Now remember, When Daniels came, he came from Arizona State. He sucked. He was nowhere near the quarterback he is now. He'd run, but he'd get nothing, and he couldn't throw. Now he's more of an accurate passer. So I would expect this guy to get better throwing because that's what the coach does. I can't think of his name. He's good for developing quarterbacks. He had the guy on Central Michigan. He had a good quarterback. I can't think of his name, but he's a good coach. Brian Kelly, that's what it is. It always comes to me when I don't think about it. He's a really good coach. I think LSU will be fine. They played a new USC team, so we will see. Oh, Greg John, the football guy now. LSU can still make a run, but they do have the best recruiting class. So next year may be their year, even though I have not gave up on them. Well, they lost to USC in the Vegas Bowl. They're all pretty busy with the prostitutes, up all night gambling. So really a stupid place to hold a game in Las Vegas. I thought that was ridiculous. Maybe a bowl game, but this game should never have been in Vegas. It should have been in Jerry World or New Orleans at the Dome Stadium there, but this was stupid. Anyway, so what we've got, now we can listen to Mark McGuire a little bit.
Have you heard about the salt trick that's making men stay hard for hours in bed? It might sound bizarre.
You've got to go bust. We've got one here. Together, then you're going to
look at alligator.
Actually, the same thing as saying the purchasing power of the currency goes down. That process is not over. I mean, I was looking at the savings rate. I've sent out a thing on my Substack this morning, which included a chart on the US savings rate. That's now negative. So that's very inflationary. On top of that, you've got a budget deficit running at well over $2 trillion. I mean, I think the outturn this year could well be over $2.5 trillion. And I'm talking about this year ends in September. We've only got another month or so. After that, it's going to be even more. And if we are on the cusp, if you like, of a recession, then what do governments do? I mean, according to the macroeconomic and Keynesian playbook, what they do is
government spending.
Basically increase the deficit to try and support the economy. Yeah. And so, we start with debt to GDP at a record level, higher than it was in the wake of World War II. Now, 130%. It's going to go up from there. So, this is a real problem. And I think where this will fail is the foreigners are now, going cool on US debt, on buying US dollars and US debt. And we saw this with the trade-weighted dollar beginning to fall quite sharply, actually, in recent days. So how are they going to fund it when they rely on foreigners to basically pay the government's bills? I mean, the answer is it's not going to happen without interest rates rising.
That's what the T-bills are. So they print the T-bills. So who do we owe the $36 trillion to? Japan, China, some other Hong Kong and Germany. Those are the ones buying the debt, or they were. Now they have all this debt waiting for the bonds to mature, and they realize that we're never getting paid back. They're starting to dump that back, and that's inflationary. But that's what he's saying is that's how we pay for all our shit, our military and everything else, is by the T-bills, selling them to these other countries. So when we owe $36 trillion, we actually owe it to other countries. It's not like it's just, well, we won't pay it and they won't care. I mean, I think they will get a little pissed. And then they won't be able to loan out another dollar because they'll say, well, you don't pay back. Why would I buy your bonds? So that's what's happening with that. So nobody's buying the debt now, except we're buying our own debt, which is Banana Republic talk. Once that happens, you're fucked. but you got $36 trillion to pay China and China and Japan. They don't like it. So I know China dumped $6 trillion back. They sold $6 trillion in bonds and gave it back to us. That's why your stock market and your banks and your housing is going to collapse. These people are going to need money because China's collapsing, as I showed you. Japan, Germany, UK, all these countries are going to zero. And if you are a billionaire and your money's sitting in the stock market, or you bought a house, or your money's in the bank here because you think US dollars is going to save you, shows me how stupid you are, because they ain't going to save you at all. Then you got to realize that's not going to save you. The only thing I can do is sell my stocks and get out of the banks. Well, if everybody sells the stocks, they tumble, because it's a free market auction. I'm going to buy Apple. I'm going to buy Apple. I'm going to buy Apple. And the price goes up. And then all of a sudden, I'm going to sell Apple and sell it and sell it. The price goes down. You miss earnings, which they're all going to miss earnings because there's no buyers. The economy's fucked. There's no buyers. What's going to happen to the stocks? They're all going to crash. Plus what the Europeans, the Chinese get out of the market and want their dollars. So they are selling their bonds, getting dollars, buying gold with it. And then the billionaires are selling their stocks and getting out of the banks and selling their houses to get out of US dollars, because they're not idiots. 36 trillion in debt, you're fucked. I mean, it's clearly you're fucked. That's alligator. Yeah, Bobby. He's strange. All right, let's go.
So, I mean, I can see the dollar's trade weighted falling by a good 10%. And on that basis, Powell then has another problem. He's not going to be able to fund the deficit. So where that leaves either Trump, who is a spendthrift, or Kamala Harris, who basically is a lawyer and doesn't understand any economics, as shown by her recent statement. Where's
She's
that
a
going to
moron.
leave them? Greg's right. We are on the verge of an unholy mess, and I think it's actually the end of the fiat currency system. We're beginning to see the beginning of the end of the fiat currency system. That's roughly where we are.
It's interesting.
Not necessarily. The Adam Smith Say's law system of supply creates demand, and you go to work and you get paid in something, and then you get 100,000 of these, you pay your bills, and then you go out and go on vacations and go to football games or go golfing. That won't change. The system is set. You're fucking with the medium of exchange. You're not supposed to print this to zero, you morons. This is your trading. This is how you get paid, and you pay. So this is what's lacking. That's why we need the gold-backed system. I haven't seen anything. Luke says that he heard that we're coming out with a gold back. I argue we don't have any gold. If we did, we'd be paying the debt off. So I don't know. I'll double check again to see if I see anything that says we found gold. But the gold in your Fort Knox is not yours. It's China's. China's got our 8,000 tons. That's the bottom line. So, I don't really get how we're going to have gold-backed currency. But the BRICS, October 22nd. Mark McGuire keeps saying that because I keep yelling at him going, well, Mark, your guest said gold back and you didn't say anything. So he's like 5 times, gold back, October 22nd. It will be a gold-backed currency in BRICS. So we're all excited for that. Apparently, there's going to be like 12 new countries joining, and 159 countries want to join BRICS. They all need gold. The demand for gold goes up. The price goes up. And we're sitting there going, yeah, this is nice. We just made $10,000 an ounce on our gold. Silver will be following. Don't worry. When gold gets too expensive, everybody will run into silver.
Because it's more than interesting. But I watched a very quick segment the other day with Donald Trump being interviewed. It only went for a minute and a half, 2 minutes. But the chap that was interviewing him said, look, Mr. Trump, if you win the election and you become the next president of the United States of America, is it all going to? Are we just going to see more of the same? I mean, we've got debt levels spiraling out of control, inflation. What can you do about it? And he said, well, he said, the one big difference between what we're seeing now and what I'm going to do is, he said, I'm going to make sure we have an enormous economic growth. He said, it's just going to be phenomenal. You know what Donald Trump's like. And I thought to myself, yeah, but this is common. This is a common response.
Absolutely, Luke. If you got 4,000 in credit and you could get it for 2,600, I would definitely, I'd buy an ounce in a couple quarters. That way you have walking around change. I have a lot of 1/10 of an ounce, 1/4 of an ounce, 1/2 ounces also, because I may not want to sell my ounce. Right now, my quarters get me 700. So why do I might not need $3,000, but I might need 700-800. So I can sell a quarter, not get 1099 and be fine. Plus, they fit into those white silver ones. So Bobby, what I'm doing is taking those white silver tubes, putting my 1/4 ounces, 1/2 ounces, and 1/10 of an ounces in those. So now it's easy. If I'm on the airplane, I got the silver container in my pocket. Nobody knows it. I could have, it fits 12. It fits 12 1/4 ounces, which is 3 ounces. So when I go to Switzerland or Europe, nobody know. I'm walking down the street with all this gold. Nobody will have a clue. But in silver, I'd have to have this huge box with 20 different ounces of it. But yeah, Luke, I would definitely. I'm thinking I'm going to go tomorrow and buy a 1/4 ounce. I went Saturday; they were closed for the holiday. Like, what the fuck? So I'm going to go there tomorrow. Gold sitting at 2,500. Silver. Hopefully they have a 1/4 ounce Canadian I can get for like 670, which is a steal. But they're about 700. So the 1/4 ounces really aren't, and the 1/10 of an ounces aren't really moving. Like, it moves up from 2,400 to 2,500. I think it moved up $10. So while you're paying $100 more for the ounce, you're paying nothing. You're paying about the same for the 1/4 ounce. You can't beat it. So it's all you can eat until it runs out. And the only reason it's available is these idiots selling it at this low price, thinking it's at the all-time high. They're reading the Madoff stuff going, oh, it's 2,500. It's the all-time high. Yeah, you said the same thing at 2,350, and then you said it at 24, and then you said it at 2,450 as it keeps going up. When it hits 3,000, what are you going to do then? Then you're going to realize it's got more play in it. See, they don't think it's got more play in it because it's the all-time high for paper gold, not for physical. All right, let's go back to Heckle and Jekyll here.
Where is the money going to come from? I mean, they don't have too many tools in the toolbox. They don't
have a toolbox.
It can come in the form of taxation, direct and indirect taxation, and of course, cheap money. I mean, just keep printing more of the stuff. But no one ever seems to ask these questions. So even Donald Trump isn't ever cornered where he's got to answer those questions. And I find it alarming that mainstream media don't make more reference to this.
Why not? They're controlled by George Soros.
They would have no positive answer. It's all right talking about increased growth, massive growth, but how is it going to be achieved? If there is another way, can you please explain it to me? But I don't think there is.
No, there isn't, Daryl. You're right. And his economic policies are completely balmy. He reckons that if he can stop Chinese imports into America, then he can rebuild the manufacturing base in America. Now, this, if you like, I'm sure that every businessman he meets says, you've got to make America great again. We want to repatriate our manufacturing. But, this overlooks one basic factor, and that is that the reason Americans buy Chinese goods is because they prefer them. I mean, there are various things that go into preference for goods. I mean, price is one thing. Things like reliability, quality, all these factors come together in the consumer's mind when he makes his choice, what he's going to buy. Now, for American business to start manufacturing to compete with China, this is obviously a very big ask. Donald Trump's answer to this is tariffs. We'll raise tariffs. And not only will that stop Chinese imports, but also it means that we will get income, which will allow us to.
All right, I got to talk about this. So tariffs and protectionism never works. Price controls never work. So what's a tariff? We're going to charge you to bring in a car, right? Toyota, you got to pay a tax to bring in your car. So all that does is raise the price to the consumer, us. Well, does that work? No, it doesn't work, because then the GMs and Fords, which are competing, raise their prices because they know the cheapest a Camry can be is $32,000. So GM and Ford raise their price to $32,000, and we don't benefit. We lose because we want the competition of China and Japan and Germany and all these car companies, Kia and everything. We need the competition. It lowers the price and increases quality. And by putting these tariffs on, it raises the price you'd have to pay on it. And it's not like GM and Ford now realize, oh, we don't have to compete. We can raise our prices. And so they raise, so the consumer gets fucked, because you could, instead of buying it for 25, you now got to pay 30. And, how does that work? So protectionism doesn't work. That's what tariffs are. They're protectionism, which means we just want the U.S. to make the goods and we'll buy the goods from the U.S. That doesn't work. You want everybody to compete, because the more competition, the lower the price, the higher the quality. That's what competition is. You got McDonald's and Wendy's and Burger King, and you got 22 Chinese restaurants, and you got different fishes, you got different grocery stores, which is good. The competition lowers the price and they get rid of their junk and increases quality. So when you go to the grocery store, you're much better off because of the competition. And really in anything else, even my Canadian Club, it's cheaper because there's Seagram's and there's Black Label and there's Dewar's and there's Maker's Mark and all these other whiskeys, so they can't raise the price. You'll buy the other one. That's the beauty of competition. Plus, then there's 20 different liquor companies. They all got to hire people. So there's more employment, and then people buy the goods because they know they like it, and therefore the economy grows. That's what you do. But if you start tariffing the Scotch whiskey and the French champagne and whatever Germany makes, it doesn't work, because then now instead of me buying it for $10, I got to pay $30 because this idiot tariffed it. And then the competition's not there, because now Canadian Club can raise their price to match Dewar's, the Scottish. And we don't want that. We want the competition from other countries to keep the price down. It's what's best for us, the consumer. We don't give a fuck about the manufacturer. We give a fuck about what we go to the store and buy. Protectionism never works, as does these tariffs. They don't work. They caused the Great Depression. The Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act caused the fucking stock market to crash. So haven't we learned anything? No, let's go back and do a tariff on where? China, Japan. What are you going to do it on everybody? Yes, China. So that's going to make everybody running by U.S. Are the U.S. going to lower their prices as if there's competition, or they're going to set their prices at the same price as the Japanese and Chinese? Oh, they're going to set the price at the same. Well, wait a minute, I'm going to pay more for steel or copper or whatever. How is that good for us? It ain't good for us. You cannot force the economy to just the U.S. make things. The U.S. has to figure out how to make it cheaper and better than the Chinese. They must be able to compete. And if you do these tariffs, you're taking the competition away, and there's no incentive of them to make it better and cheaper. And we lose, because all our prices will go up because of this idiot. So can't have protectionism. So Luke, yeah, absolutely buy another ounce and a quarter, a couple quarters. TK school sucks these days. You're right. I never liked school. Okay. Well, economics was Keynesian, you learned, and this is Austrian. That's why you like it. I don't show you one graph because you don't need to show graphs. You're doing theories and processes, and you're explaining what's happening that I can relate, that you can go, yeah, that makes sense. Not a bunch of charts and graphs and fancy words that nobody fucking understands. Hey, Pat, how are you? I was going to do a separate class, but Luke came on and Bobby came on, and we're talking economics. So we're just going to follow that up with some econ. So welcome. Good morning to you. Pat's in Singapore at 6 a.m. on Tuesday morning. We're showing a little bit of alligator.
Right. Oh, yeah, sure.
But you know, if he does that, basically, what happens is that he just drives up the prices because prices coming in. Motor cars are a very good example. The Chinese are way ahead of everybody else in terms of their production of motor cars, and I think they're talking about 100% tariffs on imports. This is basically denying U.S. consumers, valuable goods.
Yes.
The idea that this is a tax against the Chinese is actually flawed. It's a tax on the people. The whole situation is just complete nonsense. And this is a man who, is campaigning to become the next president.
Yeah.
And don't start me on Kamala Harris.
Well, there are no other options. I mean, that's it.
Oh, alligator, you're so funny. The Chinese use Mexico for production as a way into the U.S. without tariffs. Well, I don't know. Are they going to tariff China, or are they going to tariff everybody who comes into the U.S.? This isn't clear. If they're just doing China, yeah, I mean, they can just pick a country. They can pick India or Saudi Arabia to do it with. So they don't have to do Mexico. But, yeah, I mean, it's a stupid idea. It shows how little Trump knows about business and economics. He builds buildings, right, in New York. He's a builder, Trump. Well, imagine he had to buy steel from – does he buy the cheapest steel from China, or does he buy U.S. steel? And I guess when he makes a high rise, I would bet you $1 million he's using the cheapest, best steel, which is probably Chinese. I mean, why wouldn't he? Unless he's a total moron. I mean, it's like buying a more expensive chocolate cake. Why would I spend more on it? If it's the same thing. You do pay a little for the credit, for the quality, but basically, when he's making these skyscrapers, he's glad that Chinese steel is far cheaper than the U.S. See, this is one I don't get. Chinese economy is about to collapse. So what is everybody so worried about? They don't make anything. All those videos I show you, everything's empty. Nobody's working. The military's there. They're having a coup. What the fuck's everybody worried about? Or is this not real, these videos, which I assume they are real? All right.
That's probably what Greg Marino is talking about. I mean, they are the two options, and I really can't see the world moving forward with either of those two at the helm.
And the thing I don't understand in this.
Let's move on to action later in the game.
We're short. We had medical bills were paid, no problem whatsoever. And this between that, and I turned 16 in 1970 or 17 in 1971 when we went off the gold standard. That's when all the problems started. After 1971, and I listen to these economists out there, and they're talking about be careful about what you wish for. Gold's going to go rise. Should be rising up. What we think is bullion. Bullion should be rising, but in fiat currency, don't get me wrong here. Fiat currency will be rising, but. And then these basic economists saying, "Don't be careful what you wish for." Well, I would like the wish for to be that everybody gets a full bite of the cherry, and that means going back to a gold standard where everything is equal, and you don't have a Department of Agriculture, you don't have a Department of Water Supply, you don't have a Department of Immigration, you don't have a Department of this and that and everything else, where you got all the public servants. Now, okay, you as a public servant, you might work hard. But the bottom line, you'll be given jobs of employment under a gold standard because the country would be booming, absolutely booming. So, that's how I see. I think we're being educated by these economists out there to think that gold standard, you got no growth. That's a lot of hogwash, ladies and gentlemen. It's just a lot of hogwash. Question, and it's a little bit based on what I've just said. So it has been said that the United States is increasing its government debt by $1 trillion every 100 days, right? The debt at the moment is government debt is 35.26 trillion. And so by these calculations, the debt will be over 36.3 trillion by Christmas this year. Alistair, what effect will this have on the gold price? And we'll talk fiat currency gold price at the moment. What effect will this extra $1 trillion every 100 days have an effect on the price of gold or the value of gold?
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to answer this first. It'll have no effect because it's controlled by COMEX, so it's based on the derivatives. Like I said, did you see Eddie Murphy yet, Bobby? Did you see the trading places? That's how they do it. Like he controlled, like the orange juice was 102 and it went up to 130, 140, and then they sold and then it went down because there was no problem with the crops. And they bought it at 29. So they bought it at 29, sold it at 142. They just did it backwards. You can sell first and buy. So that's how it's controlled. So this will have absolutely nothing to do with the gold price because it's not connected. Now, if BRICS takes over the gold price, then it won't matter anyway. BRICS will control it, which I believe the Shanghai Gold Exchange will start setting the price of gold. And it'll be a hell of a lot more than $5,000 because they need it much higher with all the people in India and China, for example. All right, now let's hear what Alligator says.
Well, the value of the gold broadly remains the same. It's the value of the paper currency which is declining. And I think that's the important thing. Yeah. Having said that, when you get a flood of people going out of the paper currency into gold, then the value of gold in terms of its purchasing power measured against particularly commodities, for example, that will tend to rise. So pure supply and demand. And I think, this is something which I don't think has been fully appreciated in bullion markets. If you look at China, household savings run at around about.
So that's what I've been saying for 2 years now, that he's missing the demand for gold itself drives the price up. So he's finally admitting what I've been telling for 2-3 years is that gold, any asset that there's a lot of demand for, aka the Rolex or the Mantle card, no offense, Bobby, when they go up, if demand pushes the price up, then they're worth more. And that's what he's always said, it's the dollar going down. And I kept arguing, but how does then the gold price go down? The dollar is certainly not going up. It's impossible because the dollar is being heavily inflated because it's being printed to death. So there's no fucking way the dollar is stronger where the gold price would go down. So that's where his flaw is. So he's finally admitting what I've been saying, but this interest rate will have zero effect on the gold price because it's got nothing to do with it. Like I say, we could all buy 10 tons of gold tomorrow and it wouldn't move the price of gold because it's not based on that. It's simply based on the derivatives of Eddie Murphy. Sorry. So we could all buy a ton. It's not going to move the needle, unfortunately. But that's why it's worth far more than it looks like. That's where I'm getting 20,000, 30,000 for an ounce of gold. And to answer Luke's question, buy as much as you can.
35% of GDP. That's $6 trillion. $6 trillion every year, no longer going into property, not really attracted into the stock market. It's just going into deposits on banks' balance sheets. Now, banks also, by law in China, have to, or regulation probably rather than law, have to offer gold accounts. This comes back to the whole of the gold thing. I mean, the Chinese government are preparing their population for this. And these gold accounts, I mean, basically, if you've got 500 yuan, maybe 600 yuan, you can open a gold account. So less than $100 equivalent, you open a gold account, and that account is denominated in gold. It's basically an unallocated account, as I see it, but what it does is it leaves the liability with the bank with a gold liability. So what does it do? It has to go out and buy gold in the market in order to have it. I mean, the idea that you can back these customer accounts with paper gold, is actually severely limited. And this is what's now happening. This is the drain of gold coming out of our markets is actually increasing. I mean, one of the things I monitor is the withdrawals from COMEX. And every day, pretty much, there's significant withdrawals coming out of COMEX. And we're talking about, not small quantities. Over a month, it can be 250 tons, for example. And then there is the other side, which you can't immediately see, the exchange for physical. Now, what an exchange for physical is, it's an exchange of a COMEX contract for a London forward. So why would you exchange a COMEX contract for a London forward? Well, the answer is that you sell your COMEX contract, you buy your London forward position, and then you take delivery. So here again, you can see how gold is sort of running out of the system. It's going to lead to a situation where gold's value in its own right, and I'm not talking about measuring it in dollars or euros or anything, gold's value in its own right looks set to rise, and that will accelerate the dollar crisis, in my view. I mean, already, and I think I made this point on your show before, and that is that as far as the Bank of China is concerned, they're not in there buying gold; they're getting rid of dollars. Yeah. I mean, they know
to buy gold.
These guys aren't idiots. They can see what's going on. They can see that America is in a debt trap. They can see exactly what's happening. So they just want to basically get rid of dollars, and they've not only been selling dollars for gold, but also for copper. They've been stockpiling other things as well, other commodities, and even grains. I think wheat they've been stockpiling, according to reports. They're also cutting off supplies in critical minerals. Their exports of rare earth materials and all the rest of it. Why would they do that? Well, they don't want dollars for it. Yeah. This is the point. Nobody actually understands, because they don't understand the difference between money and credit. If you're getting out of credit, then you don't want to take credit in payment for commodity exports.
So that's what I say. When you sell your gold, you don't want to get fiat dollars. You want to get gold-backed BRICS dollars or some other asset. You got a $100,000 Rolex. You want to sell it. You don't want $100,000 in toilet paper. This is worthless. So I have something that's worth zero, or I have a Rolex worth 100,000 of these. So if I do sell the Rolex, I don't want these. If I had a Rolex, and I don't, if I was to sell it and it was worth 100, I'd want gold for it, or silver. I guess gold. That's what I would want for the Rolex, or a Mano card, or Bobby Bowes card, of course, although I need a lot of them. But that would be why I would sell the Rolex. That's an asset. Picasso, Mano cards, Bobby Orr cards, Brady cards, Mahomes. Those are real assets. You can't fuck with them because you can't print them. You can't print the Mano cards. They're done. 1965 tops. You can't print it. The rookie card. You can't print a 52 tops. Mantle rookie card, Mays rookie card, Hank Aaron rookie card, Koufax rookie card. Bob, you can't print them. They're done. You can't. There's like they blew up all their model, their plates. So Topps can't just print another Mantle card. So you can't print it. Look at the 1906. Was it Tris Speaker, Hannes Wagner, the one that's like $5 million, and it's like a PSA 2, but you can't print it. There's only 5 or 6 of them available, and so demand outweighs supply. Again, very low supply, very high demand makes price go up. But if you have that card, I got the Mantle rookie. I want gold for it. I do not want to sell it for this crap. Why would I sell it for this crap? The only reason I would sell it for this crap is indirectly to then take. Let's say I got $1 million for the Mantle rookie PSA 3, and I get $1 million. The only reason I'm taking this is to tune and run to the gold store as fast as I can and turn it into gold. Pull a Rumpelstiltskin. I turned toilet paper into gold. The Rumpler. That would be it. The only reason I would take the dollar is to buy gold with it. I would not take it. So that's what I keep saying. When you get paid in this crap from your jobs, the quickest thing you should do is take the money and run and buy gold, because soon you won't be able to buy gold because nobody's going to take this crap. I don't want it. If I was to sell an ounce of gold, unless it was like some medical or some real need for the money, I don't want this. But then I can't get back into gold because the gold price is going up. That's why nobody's selling their gold. There is no that you're taking profits. That's bullshit, because there's no reason to take a profit. What are you going to do with the money? You're going to watch it go to zeros. Oh, I need gold. Okay. But the gold prices went up $200. So now what are you going to do? Plus the premium. So you're really fucked. That's where we're at with it. It's a very, you must understand that concept. Critical. You worked hard to buy the gold. You're very intelligent. You bought it. You watched the price go up. You are not profit taking now. No, unless you must get the money to live, you are not selling your gold to get back onto the Titanic. You're not getting off the lifeboat to get back on the Titanic. And that's what he means. So what do you think the Saudis are going to do? They want gold for their oil. They do not want dollars for it. Gold's going to be so expensive. And we're just going to sit there and smile going, yeah, that's a shame. Oh, it's at 5,000 an ounce. Yeah, that's too bad.
Instead, what everybody's saying is, oh, they're hanging on to this because they want to deprive us of the gallium arsenide or whatever whatever it is. They've also been accumulating silver. Silver is so desperately important to their technologies. That's definitely been accumulating, but they've been doing that for some considerable time. And on top of that, of course, we've now got other countries accumulating silver. India,
South Africa,
they're getting into the
Saudi Arabia.
Solar panel solar manufacturing, and what's required? Silver. And then, of course, you've got, an interesting one. Samsung, the Korean, I think, company, has come up with a new solid-state battery, which is far heavier in terms of silver, and it replaces lithium. I mean, something like 1 kilogram of silver replaces something, I don't know, like, 50, 60 kilograms of lithium. It effectively makes lithium redundant. Mm-hmm. Now, the Chinese are, they're not going to sit there and just watch the Koreans lead the technology. I mean, they'll be copying it really pretty damn quickly. Mm-hmm. So, okay, there are problems with that because, the very fast charging and all the rest of it requires, far more robust infrastructure, for charging these vehicles. But you can see which way this is going. So there's every reason, really, why, the Chinese are getting rid of dollars for real things. I mean, we're talking about real commodities. the Chinese are getting rid of dollars for real things. I mean, we're talking about real commodities.
Yes, it's a very interesting thing about silver. I was reading, I think I got it from your Substack stories, that a kilo of silver goes into these batteries for the motor cars. And you can see how many motor cars, electric motor cars, that China's knocking.
It's a lot of silver.
It's a lot of silver. Yeah, exactly. On this subject, and I did read this article on your Substack channel, and Daryl and I are going to be doing another story on this with a group of people next week. But your story was about getting out of credit, right? For some time now, Steve, you have been saying get out of credit and hold real money. I want you to elaborate on that.
It's going, Bobby Bo.
Yeah. Well, people don't know.
So what'll happen is the gold price will get so high that to get out of the dollar, you would have normally bought gold, but at $5,000-$6,000 an ounce, the billionaires won't care, but the regular Joes are going to say, I can't afford it. And then silver's going to be sitting here at $30 an ounce. And when they realize silver's money and you can't inflate it, you can't print it, and it's going to go through the roof, that's when we're going to see $500, $700 silver. It's coming. It's coming very quickly because gold just keeps going. Gold did not pull back to 2420 or 2450 or 2475. It's sitting right around 2,500. It goes to 2494 and immediately shoots over 25. This is on its way to 3. There's a conference in St. Petersburg in September, and then we've got the October 22nd. And now we're in September. It's a month away. And whatever you can, buy your gold and silver now, because once that breaks, and it's going to be announced, I'll show you Mark McGuire, you ain't going to be able to afford it. Right? I used to take 10 grand and I'd get 8 ounces of gold. Now I'd get 3.5. Soon to be 2 at 5,000 an ounce. But you can still get silver at the $30 an ounce. So I would run and buy, $1,000 worth, and you'll make so much money on it. It's crazy. Before the dollar goes out, of course. Luke is going to get another box. Well, he's got 2 big boxes now. I told him to buy gold. Got enough silver. Getting Chinese. Well, you can't get Chinese there, but I went Saturday. They were closed, but I'm going to get another quarter ounce of another quarter ounce gold. And Chinese for dinner. Yeah, I got Chinese Saturday. But the gold, I prefer gold over silver now, realizing that gold's going to go from 2,500 to 5,000. Silver's going to go from 30 to maybe we get 50. Now it's going to run, and but gold's it. Gold's the it. Silver's the little cousin. So I want the gold, but yeah, you can't go wrong with either.
Understand credit. I mean, the way Keynes put it, and I think he was repeating something that Lenin or someone had said, people don't understand money. Well, that is very, very true. And then, of course, it allows us, back to Daryl's point about, central banks got something rather nasty and surprise for us. It allows central banks to do these things without anybody understanding what the hell's going on. Right. So understand the difference between money and credit. That's the starting point. Money, by law, internationally, since the Roman 12 tables, going back to 450 BC, I think, or 540 BC. Basically, money has been metallic. That has been accepted. And the reason that it's stuck in law is because it actually accords with people's use of money. They've sort of got to the point where they rejected other things, whether it's cowrie shells or tanned hides or whatever it might be. They've rejected that in favor of metal. And the basic metals which have evolved out of this are gold, silver, and copper. In fact, in our lifetime, we've had copper coins. But that's now gone. That's now gone. We've got aluminium ones or something, or nickel ones. Anyway, so that is the whole point about money. That is, there's no counterparty risk to it. It's accepted not just in Australia, but everywhere. It's even accepted by the Chinese. And
All right. Do I got to tell my money? It's a medium of exchange what everybody wants. Most marketable commodity. It must be portable. It must be scarce. It must be divisible. So smaller exchanges. Fungible. It means it's the same and replaceable. Accepted and durable. That's what money is. That's the medium of exchange, and that's what gold is. The big thing about gold is you can't print it, you can't inflate it, so it doesn't lose its value. And the problem with the paper currencies, they print it to death every time because you got idiots in charge of it. That's the difference between, that's money. So I don't know what he's talking about, money and debt, but it's basically paper versus physical. It's basically limited versus non-limited. So something limited that can't be printed is worth more than something that is printed over and over and over. And that's all that is. So the dollar is worthless. That's why I say it. And you want gold and silver because they can't print it. They can't inflate it. All right. Enough of that. Let's go to Mark McGuire. Here's something on Ukraine from our general. Ukraine front collapses. Zelensky has a victory plan, and it's like the score is 73-0 Russia, and he's got a victory plan. Yes. The fuck, guy's a moron, Zelensky.
Diabetes,
coronary disease,
autoimmune diseases, cancer, pretty much all chronic diseases.
the unbacked petrodollar crude derivative bets to expect. So we should expect some defensive play, particularly around Powell's Jackson Hole testimony on Friday when this will be released. So they can try to use, what they're trying to use is the usual synthetic algos to try and game some volatility, literally to try and mark literally billions of dollars of derivative bets to market at a lower price. But rest assured, with only 45 sessions to go before the BRICS gold token launches, every central bank and sovereign is waiting for a dip sub
60-day gold
2,500
revaluation trigger.
And here we go, ahead of the fix. You see some fix painting going on here. And this is the 2,500 level. So, basically they're trying to take out yesterday's prior low. This is the kind of game you should expect. But these pullbacks are very shallow. Sometimes $50. At worst,
I'm trying to get to a little
There's
further up.
tiny scale. That's tiny in the scale. But all it does is going to trigger fresh central bank buying below this round number. So they're waiting for a dip sub 2,500 to load up. As I say, we'll join them. And as we've seen since mid-February, dips will be short-lived.
All right, Andrew, and what are you seeing for silver?
Yes, I was waiting for that one. So to answer Shane's question, the gold rally also spooked the SI cartel, blowing through 2,900 spot, which is here. And that also blew right, taking out the rising 100 and the 50-day moving averages. And as expected, the 29, 27, 50% FIBO has been the action-reaction line. So, as I say, where would most people be looking to pick this up? would be on a dip into this level, which is probably why they'll try and front run it. Silver always tries to take out looks to hunt out fresh longs or shorts, depends on which way around it is, above around the moving averages. They can be relied to be there. But the Indian silver buying is be off the scale, as is China silver buying. This is the level where commercials will be short covering into dips. Silver's fixed for a second time above 2,900 for the first time really since the 2nd of August. Now, India is currently buying more gold than China, who's currently importing a record amount of silver. However, India is also competing to buy silver, coiling the disconnected oversold futures-driven silver price suppression scheme to extremes. If you remember, we'd already pre-drawn this in.
So again, it's the demand for silver which will raise the price. You can't inflate it. You can't just print more of it. You got to dig it out of the ground, which they don't even have silver mines anymore because it's not price prohibited that you can make money at it. The only way they get silver is in a copper mine or a gold mine. They just happen to stumble on some silver. But the key is the price goes up because of the demand for the solar panels and what India and Saudi Arabia are doing.
Higher low, slightly higher, but higher low. And if you remember, we also showed how this was deeply technically oversold when we drew in this circle here, this low, which was based upon this particular oversold condition. In fact, really, this buying had already become evident last Friday. As soon as spot gold tripped off. As soon as spot gold had tripped off those buy stops at 2,500 that we just looked at a minute ago. So spot silver closed above 29 spot, and it's now closed above 29 spot for 3 sessions, but fixed twice above it. Also, given that the SGE is importing
Shanghai
record
Gold
volumes of
Exchange.
silver, the moment 2,500 spot gold was overcome, the SHFE traders began to also pull the buy trigger into deeply oversold COMEX and spot silver. That's so spot silver for delivery and upcoming direct COMEX loadouts.
So in summary, Shane, under the short-term chart chatter, as we call it, we've been witnessing a Western paper market managed retreat as physical gold prices are increasingly being settled outside the CME LBMA's reach. And in fact, to sum up what we've previously outlined, this widening chasm between the Fed and the BIS is now becoming really hard to ignore because, as I say, on the other side of the globe, every other central bank is now long. Now, we looked at the evolution of this pivotal divergence in great detail, as I say, over the last 18 months, actually. But essentially, the BIS recognized, of course, that Glasgow's beta-tested upcoming BRICS gold-backed currency to be launched in October was impossible to ignore and has chosen collaboration. That is the summation of it. And we just have to connect the dots to the point that the US Treasury simply must revalue its rehypothecated gold assets to market. We've evidenced the Fed, the only central bank, as I say, short gold against the dollar. Its divergence has become hard to ignore. Whereas the BIS has a mandate to revalue physical gold as the only other liquid first-year asset class to trade against US Treasuries. So really, October the 22nd is the break point where the US Treasury, alongside every other global central bank, have to join in unison to revalue their respective gold revaluation accounts. A simple process where each central bank sells their current gold at market and rebuys it at market or thereabouts. So following Nixon's temporary 53 experiment finally come to an end, we're just about to witness, we're privileged to witness, the next pivotal event the launch of the BRICS gold standard hegemony. In direct opposition to the Fed, the BIS has already moved to embrace a gold standard.
An ounce and physical is 20,000 an ounce. Do I want to trade in my 10 ounces of silver for an ounce of gold? Good point, good thought. I'm not sure it's going to be available. We're looking at the world today where you can go to the store or ST Bullion and get gold, or on eBay. The higher this price goes and the higher the demand, I don't know that we're going to be able to find gold. It's all gone. The 260,000 tons is sitting in the lap of the central banks in China and Russia and India and Saudi Arabia. So you might be able to use 10 ounces of silver for an ounce of gold if you can find the ounce of gold. Just keep in mind, gold at 20,000 means at 20,000 an ounce, all these people came in and bought. There ain't going to be a lot left. There isn't a lot in the first place. That's why it's going to be so valuable. And they're not keeping the price down anymore because it's going to blow up because they got to revalue it. So that's the problem. So keep that in mind. It might be available and you might be able, I mean, for sure you'll be able to take your 10 ounces of silver and get money, but we don't want fiat. We want gold for it. Can that happen? This will be, I brought this up at my gold store and, you know, she said, well, we'll give you a check. And I go, well, why would you give me a check? And then I'm going to go buy it. What are you, nuts? Just take my 10 ounces and buy. You're going to get, you know, I don't want, I've done that before. I took in my old wedding ring because I didn't need that. And I took in a bracelet. It was worth about $900 of gold. And I gave it to him. And then I said, give me a half ounce of gold. So the half ounce of gold cost me $100. It was like $1,000 or $1,100. So I gave him my ring and this bracelet for a half ounce of gold. So I don't know why I can't take 10 ounces of silver or 20 ounces of silver and get a couple ounces of gold. That would be the game plan. That's why I want to buy more gold now, only because I have almost 700 ounces of silver. If I didn't, I might buy more silver. But he gets to the point, not how much silver do I need, it's get out of the fucking dollar and into gold and silver before it goes to the moon. And you can see October 22nd, we're loading the rockets up. So you got to get on board. So you don't have much time. You've got to get out of the most critical. The biggest thing I teach is get out of this. You cannot print it to zero and think it'll have any value. And I give you 100 different examples. Most recently, Zimbabwe, Venezuela, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Greece, and, Venezuela and Argentina and Germany, 1923. And of course, the Roman Empire. And that it's always gone to zero. Why did the Roman Empire fall? Why didn't they just, print more money? Because that's the problem. You can't. Once it's gone, the snowball is going down the hill and it gets bigger and bigger. And once it's really big and it's going down the mountain, you can't stop it. It's gone. So for Powell to say, oh, inflation, we've fixed it. It's not, it's 2%. 2% of what? Only a moron would say that. This guy's clueless. Once inflation, which is the printing of the dollar worthless. So in other words, if inflation is less, that means the dollar got stronger. And how did the dollar get stronger? You print $1 trillion a quarter for the fucking debt. At what point is the dollar getting stronger? What are you on drugs? The dollar's never getting stronger. It's only going to get weaker until nobody wants it and the value goes to zero. So you can either be holding like Luke's friend who's got $4 million in his 401k, waiting for it to go to zero, or you can get out of the 401k and buy the gold for it. You have two choices. So, so let's say I'm totally wrong. I'm off my rocker. You got your 4 million in your 401k. You sell it for 4 million in gold. If you can find enough gold and nothing happens, you know what you do? You sell the gold and get back into your 401k or into dollars or whatever. That's the worst that happens because gold's not going anywhere but up because you can't inflate it. You can't print it, so you can't inflate it, so it can never lose its value. The only reason it has a low value is because JP Morgan and COMEX have been doing derivatives like Eddie Murphy, keeping the fucking price down. That is the only reason gold is not at $20,000 an ounce right now. And that's the only reason silver is not at $2,000 an ounce right now, is the bullshit price fixing. That's it. If you just let free market take over, silver would easily be $2,500 an ounce. But then we wouldn't be able to afford it. So isn't it nice that they're waiting for us to buy it because we can afford this using our worthless dollars. Isn't this nice? We can use this piece of crap that's worth nothing. You don't think so? Go to the restaurant, go to the grocery store, and go buy something. You can't. I mean, you buy very little. There's one last thing I want to share with you, which really scared me. I saw yesterday I think it's this one.
Your child needs these 3 key factors to get into an Ivy League or top 25.
From artificial sweeteners that disrupt your gut bacteria.
Okay, this is going to scare you. It scared me. I'm only going to buy organic from now on. It's fucking ridiculous. They're killing us. This is literally killing us by our food. So watch this, about 5 minutes of it.
Modified foods have the ability to tamper with your DNA. Genetically modified foods cause cancer. What's cancer? Cancer is a mutation of the cells. What causes the mutation of the cell? The mutation in the DNA. What causes the mutation in the DNA? Genetically modified food can do that, and so can these other things.
The primary fish that people like to eat is salmon. What people just recently found out about salmon a couple of years ago is they make a genetically modified version of it. Did you know that?
Many people have complained on the internet about how the fruits they buy look and feel fake.
I was just about to make me a healthy snack, and I cut into a strawberry, and guess what happened? Yo, these strawberries are fake. Look at this. They're not even red inside, y'all. These are GMO strawberries, y'all. Why are they not red on the inside? Somebody tell me, please. Look at this. They're white. They're not fully grown.
I cut watermelons for my kids, and they're all bringing it right back, saying they don't like the texture. I can't believe I got one. I got a rubbery watermelon.
Look at this. Look, I want y'all to look at this. I want y'all to look at this.
Yeah, we're seeing.
Look at this. Look at this. Don't eat nothing.
Wait. It's not even breaking, like at all. Like it. And I know you guys can't feel the texture, Avi, right? Because of the video. But like, it literally feels fake.
Clinking. And it sounds like something's stuck. So I go in the drain and there's a blueberry that's not breaking apart. It's not doing anything. It's what's making the noise. And I pick it up and why is there a rubber blueberry in my toddler's snack? This came from the carton of blueberries. My husband cut it in half. I really don't know if you can see it that well. Glistening, it's silicone. It's a silicone blueberry. It is a solid rubber blueberry. She is under 2. I got this at Whole Foods also. Organic. I was trying to
Ever wonder why your grandparents seemed healthier despite their simpler diets? Or why chronic diseases are skyrocketing despite our advanced nutrition and medicine? Buckle up, folks. We are about to dive into the murky world of modern food production, where
There you go. I can't wait to eat now. So I'm going to just buy organic food, pay more, but at least I know it's real. I did get a red pepper. I get a lot of yellow, orange, and red peppers for my omelets and my salads. And I got this red pepper I thought was plastic. So I didn't use it. The yellow and orange were fine. The red, I waited and waited, and it was just it was hard. And it finally softened up. So I said, okay, this must be real. It did change to soft. As far as I know, I ate it. Maybe that's why my foot hurts. But basically, be careful of, they're just being cheap and they're just manipulating the food. I need silver to go through the roof. Well, you're going to get there. Just, you got to be patient with it. We know it's going to be there, and just hold it and wait. Like I said, the Montana card, I never dreamt it would hit 110,000. Now I got to get it graded and it's got to be a 10. But if it is, it's 110. I paid $100 for it. I never thought about it. I put it away. I happened to be sorting PSA 10s, and boom, there it was. So just give it time, and it'll definitely, the demand's there. It's the price fixing that we all understand. That's why it's not where it should be, but we know it's limited. And when gold goes through the roof October 22nd, silver won't be far behind it. And they need to buy a sweet house with a few ounces. Oh, and then need to buy a sweet house. Well, you'll buy with the gold more than the silver, probably. Silver, you'll buy a nice car. Oh, wait, you just bought a car. Yeah, silver's for cars and trips and, grocery stores and nice restaurant. Capital Grill will pay in silver. I can take you to the barbecue place here and they will take silver for the meal, but why should I sell the silver at $30? I mean, that's the problem with it. So that's what's going on. But I saw that with the synthetic food and I said, this is fucked up. I mean, no wonder my foot's been bothering me a lot more than usual. All I eat is fucking veggies and some omelets and, a little bit of fruit, but some of the strawberries have been kind of weird, but I don't think I've tasted rubbery ones. I mean, I've been able to bite into them. The watermelon, I'm only buying one that's cut up, right? So if I cut up and get a quarter or a half, it's already cut into, and you can see it's a watermelon, and it looks and tastes like a watermelon. So it's a little bit of dramatization, but yes, a lot of it is that. So try to buy as much organic as you can. But yeah, just hang in there, Luke. You got nothing to lose. You certainly, okay, you have silver going up, or your option is this going to zero. What would you prefer? And I'm sure you don't want this. The silver's going up. This is going down. So think about it like that. You're just waiting for it to happen. I'm telling you, you'll be buying, and the price you'll pay on the house will be cheap because it won't be priced in dollars anymore. So that's what people are going to have to adjust to. Things that cost 100, 200,000 in crap dollars, and then it gets priced in gold. I mean, like I said, the Zimbabwe dollar is 30,000. $1 bought you 30,000. And that's now changed to the gold-backed currency. $1 buys you 9 zig. It's gone from 30,000 to 9. So imagine a $30,000 car is now $9 in gold. Now you can get an understanding of where the prices will go, and you'll hold the gold and you'll be getting things very cheaply and dancing and singing like I do. And that's where we're headed. And we know that. We know why. When you hear these idiots say, oh, we'll curb inflation, we'll cut spending, it doesn't matter. Your dollar you're using is fucked. You either go to a gold-backed currency or we're fucked. But we're not going to be fucked because we're going to be in the gold world. We're leaving the paper fiat world forever. We're saying bye-bye fiat, and all the people like your friend are sitting there holding the fiat money. And we're on our boat. We're on our lifeboat of gold and silver. And so when everything collapses, we'll be, we're fine. We're in gold and silver. Because you don't have a choice. It's going to collapse. There's no other way. There's nothing else you can do. The dollar is collapsing because these idiots are printing it. So therefore, you can't stop it. Like I said, it's the snowball going downhill. You can't stop it. It's going to crash. So your choice is stay in the dollar, as it crashes, and then you get Madoff, and then you go, oh, I had my whole life savings in Madoff. I can't believe I'm broke. I want my money back. What's everybody going to say? I mean, when the money goes to zero, what are you going to say? Or you can be smart and think 5 steps ahead like we do and go buy your gold. And when you buy your gold, then when the snowball crashes, you're like, it's okay. We're in gold. And these people that say, be careful what you wish for. Well, there's no wish. It's either I stay in inflated dollars that are worthless, or I buy gold that's going up. What is my wish? My wish is the dollar doesn't collapse. We're way past that. Anybody that tells you that's a fucking idiot. There is no saving the dollar. It is gone. You must understand that. There's no hope. It's out of here. Greg and John, you got Florida State. I don't really care. I thought you had no money, Greg and John. Stop lying in class. My last 3 chats said error and failed to go through. Well, this one went through, but the last one I saw was Professor, when you misspelled the gold for the things. I thought I got expelled for a second. No, I wouldn't expel you, Bobby Bo, but I don't know if it's maybe a word you use or something. No, I haven't, Greta. I won't try to figure that out. Bobby, you ever been invited to Old Times Day? Greg and John, look at these questions you have. Like, this is a vampire, everybody. Greg and John's a vampire. He's got Florida State. Do we care? Are we giving out picks here? No. I don't know anybody would bet Florida State with Uglia Buglia. I mean, that's an insane bet. How could you bet on Uglia Buglia? Do you not listen to what we teach here? I guess not. No, I haven't, Greg. Oh, you're answering Greg's question. Bobby, you should still be playing. Detroit needs hitting. Seattle needs hitting. Texas. I mean, you could be on a lot of these teams and hit 330 right now. So there's a little Mark McGuire, a little Eric. I don't know what's going on with Alligator. That outfit scared me. Like, who is this? But it's the same thing that he says all the time. So does Egon. Egon basically says the same thing every time. Greg is from Connecticut. And Greg, how could you not have any money? How can you live in Connecticut and not have money? Let's listen to Egon. There's a couple of shorts from Egon.
Could we have a giant banking crisis in Europe?
First of all, no individual will be able to pay these high energy costs. You know, you're talking about energy costs in Europe, in many countries, being up 10 times. As we know, people live from paycheck to paycheck. When you all of a sudden got to pay 5,000, 10,000 euros in just energy costs, nobody will be able to afford that. So that's energy. And then you have food on top of that. And everything else will also increase dramatically. So what will happen is that people can't pay the loans. And it's not just Germany, you know, it's all over Europe, and it's the US too. You're not going to pay bank loans, you're not going to pay back mortgage loans, you're not going to pay back student loans or car loans. The bad debts of the banks will now increase exponentially. And on top of that, you will have much higher interest rates.
If you're getting old.
And then what it means is the banks will start going out. Then we got Korea going under, Britain going under, China going under. And people, that's coming back here. That means that they can't buy our products if we have any, and they're just gone. So they're already defaulting. The difference is China's got all the gold. So what they're waiting for, see, they're waiting for the U.S. to collapse. They don't want to be looked at as the reason we collapsed was China did this. Russia, on the other hand, has had enough and saying, look, October 26th, we got our BRICS meeting. We are announcing gold-backed currency. Now, we're not doing that to take out the dollar. We're doing that to compete with the dollar. Well, we all know that that means that we'll be gone at that point, because that's exactly what it means. We can't compete with gold. You've heard from Hartford, Grega, or another part where in Connecticut. Alligators tend to not mate off lately. Yeah, I can't watch them anymore. It was okay there, but I don't know what happened. He does a stupid subtract. Because they can make a movie for him just like they did Eddie Murphy, Vampire in Brooklyn. Gregor can be Vampire in Hartford, or he could be Graham. He can be Vampire in the Professor's Class. Windsor Locks near the airport. So do you ever go to the Pro Bowlers Tour events in Windsor Locks, Connecticut? I used to watch that in the 70s, and Chris Schenkel and Mark Roth and all those. There's one tournament in Windsor Locks, Connecticut. I go, oh, what a cool name, Windsor Locks. But I like the one where they had in Vegas, the Showboat Open. So one time I was in Vegas, and I actually took a cab to the Showboat. I was like, it's a nothing hotel, but it was like, yeah, this is where they bowl from the Showboat. In the back, they had all the lanes, and I got a chip from there, but I left it in Vegas. I've been rebuying my chips on eBay cheaply that I had in Vegas, but the difference, Showboat, blackjack, and had a few extra dollars, and I put them in my pocket. So, but that was cool. I always liked the Pro Bowler Store. The wrestling, like now it's ridiculous. I can't even watch Pro Bowler. They take two hands and they spin the ball. What the fuck is that? That's not bowling. If I played with somebody who did that, I would leave. I'd say, look, bowling's one-handed, and you snap it and you throw the ball down the lane. What you're doing is like for kids. I can't do that. And anyway, back to that. No travel now. I think I'm going to meet Jenna in Spain. We want to go to Greece, but it's hard because Greece is a 2-day flight. You get into, like, if you fly to Athens, I guess you miss all the other flights going to the little islands in Greece, Zeus and Apollo and those guys. I kind of want to meet those guys. So I guess you got to wait a day there. But Irina, my girl in Romania, says, no, if you just fly into Europe, they go to all the islands. It's easy to get to. So I got to figure that out. Or we might go to Spain. There's a video I highly suggest if you want to go to Europe. Maybe me and Luke will go there. European villages. 50 most beautiful villages and small towns in Europe. So I'm going to look for these, and I'm going to, and this is where I'm going to plan a trip with Jenna there. Daria, we're still waiting, and I can get her point. She doesn't want me to go to Russia. Me, the professor, and I'm visiting my girlfriend in St. Pete. Look at me, I'm crazy. So I would be tailed, and I'd be monitored, and where am I going? And the other part is my visa wouldn't work there to get a hotel or food. How would I get around? How would I cab? So the credit card won't work. I'd have to actually send her $1,000 where her sister turns it into rubles and use that. But how would I pay for the hotel and the cabs and everything? So off to Serbia, I think, because it's really the only place we can go, or we can go to Dubai, but that's probably too expensive, and or Turkey, but I'm worried about the war there. So we'll probably go to Serbia. Who knows when? Probably Thanksgiving is, Christmas is. And then I don't want to start missing classes or football. I wouldn't. I would just, the day I'm flying. What's going on with the girls? So I'm going to watch this and point out 8 or 9 good cities and let her choose, Jenna. TK, we have a horse track for betting. Well, everybody has a horse track. Yes, Bobby is in Tampa. I'm meeting Jenna in October. I just sent her to Berlin to meet Natasha she ended up staying there a month. But what she didn't like is how expensive it is. So if I give her like 100, 100 and a quarter for food and everything, in Ukraine, it goes a lot further because first of all, it's like 41 Ukraines for my dollar. So I give her 100, she gets 4,100 Ukraines, and then the cost is cheaper in the Ukraine for food and getting her nails done and everything else. In Berlin, everything I don't get, I give her 150, she gets 130 euro. And then with that, it's expensive. The food and everything else gets more expensive. She did get her nails done, but she was there, I think, a month. And she had to get out of the war and her dog died. So she wanted to reset and everything. Yeah, go ahead. And so she's just came back. Of course, the electricity was off because of what the Russians do to the power plants and everything. So she's back home, but yeah, you're in the middle of a war. Fortunately, they're not in her city. So it's not like World War II where the Russians and the U.S. just blew up all of Germany. They're only in a few cities, the Russians, and therefore they are not bothering her at that point. I don't think they will. There's no strategic advantage, and Putin's not one to just get land. He doesn't just want land. He's protecting the oil and the minerals in these 4 cities, Donetsk and Odessa and Kharkov and Camellia, or the one on the island I can't think of. I'll think of it in a minute. But that's where the Russians are, and that's where the troops are, and that's it. They're leaving. She's in the middle of nowhere, in a field that you could hit a driver 1,000 yards and not hit anything. Maybe a cow. So that's where she's at. So she's been fine, and sometimes they lose power because that's just in Ukraine. But yeah. So she's got a apartment and stuff like that. And I think there they own the apartments. So where I'm renting here in the Ukraine, I think they buy it. So they don't want to sell it. And then she doesn't want to leave because she's got an apartment that she's paid for. Especially you heard about Psycho Sid, he died. Yeah, I just heard about that. So yeah, it's funny. Those old ones, you got Bret Hart's still alive. And Hogan and Flair are still alive. I'm not sure about the others. Well, I see the Undertaker; he's still there. And every once in a while, you see they talk about Andre the Giant and all these other ones. Bobby Heenan has his little. I think I have Bobby Heenan. Here, Bobby Heenan, what he thought of Bret and Owen Hart. His little 3-minute one. I'm scared to put it on and get my video killed, but he does a lot. So once you get to this one, title match wrestling, he goes through. He's got like 20 of them. So it's kind of a neat thing. And I've been watching this. This is a new science lady I found. And she turned me on to this olive oil. I don't know if my foot's gout or bone spurs. I went to one doctor. He's a friend of mine. He's an idiot. He's a foot doctor. He says, "Oh, it's bone spurs," but nobody else has ever said that. So I always thought it's gout. All the doctors say it's gout. So I've been putting on whatchamacallit, cat or what is it? The fuck? The oil. Fuck. Castor oil. I don't know why. I try to think of Richard Castor of the Jets, but so you get this. This looks just like olive oil. It comes out brown and oily, and I put it on a washcloth and just let it come out, and then I just rub my foot and I just keep it on for hours. And so I don't know if I have bone spurs or not, but this castor oil is supposed to be castor oil is supposed to be really good. So I don't know. I just started using it. My foot's still sore, so we'll see. A little bit better today, but I'm still limping. And so Jenna goes, "Well, you're going to be able to make our trip?" And I said, "Don't worry, it doesn't last that long. I'll be okay." I think it's from either red meat. I had some steak and ribs, or it's bone spurs, but I don't know yet. But castor oil is very good for you. Basically, she says have a lot of water, get sun, and don't eat the sugar and don't eat the carbs, which we know from our other doctor. And that seems to be the key, how bad the sugar is killing us, and the carbs, which turns into sugar, are killing us. And then I found this new salt. Let me show you, Bobby. We're smart enough not to eat table salt because it's all the ingredients are gone. So there's the pink Himalaya, which is good. It's got a lot of minerals in it. But then she talked about Boston Celtics salt, and this is even better. This has like 182 minerals in it that are still in it, and it tastes very, very strong. So you just put a little bit on your omelets or your steak. Put a little drop and then have some water with it. But there's a lot of minerals in here. So this is what I bought this at health store, health foods or whatever, only like $6. And it's 100 times better. So if you go out to eat and you go to the barbecue or anywhere, take this with you. Don't eat the table salt. Just put a little bit on because it's very strong. I doubt restaurants carry that, or I doubt they carry the Himalaya. I've been eating Himalaya for a while. Actually, Carmen put me onto that when she was here, but she never explained anything. So this is where I got. But I've been having a little bit more of the Celtic, and why isn't my foot getting better? I'll be really healthy if I can ever get my foot fucking better. Anyway, 4 hours. That's my limit. I have a 9 o'clock class. My friend in LA, who I just met, is $25, and we're going to do a class on. It's not Teams; it's the other thing. So I said, just send me the link, send me the payment. He sent me the payment, sent me the link. He sent me the link. So 9 o'clock. He wants to learn how to bet football, and what you don't understand is this has taken me years to be at the level I'm at right now, where I can pick games coming out of my ears, like the under in the Georgia game and the under in the Notre Dame game. How did you pick it? Well, it's not easy to just because you have to really understand all of it. And so then I'm like, this is going to take a lot more than one class for you to learn to get to my skill set. It's going to take you years to get to it. Let's see, where are we at? Yeah, I heard about Psychos. Yeah, I saw the Nature Boy in late May. We had a drink at the bar. You didn't tell me that. You had a bar with Nate. Did he ask for me? Does he want some pics? Brett was the boss. Yeah, we like Brett. What's for dinner? I'm gonna have an omelet. I had an avocado already. You're welcome, Bobby. I'm glad to see you back. I'm just gonna have an omelet. I don't know what to eat anymore. I can't eat steaks or meat or whatever, or a little bit. Trying to get the foot down. So basically, I got chicken breasts that I've made, 4 big chicken breasts, and I've cut them up. And I put this salt on it, and the cayenne pepper is supposed to be really helpful. And so I got some left. So I'm going to put that in an omelet and make an omelet for dinner. My thing with this guy, he's in California, so he's available at 6, which means it's at 9 o'clock my time. And yeah, I mean, I keep getting the avocados, and I make sure they're not rubber. I mean, if you cut into them, how can you cut into them if they're no good? But usually you can get a taste for them. I haven't had where the avocado is no good, but it does. When you do see the price cheap, you do wonder what's going on. Why is it still so cheap? So that's why I don't mind the steaks at $10. I know those are real. The hamburger, I do wonder when it's $5, $6 a pound, what's going on, but it seems to be normal. Although my foot keeps bothering me, so I'm wondering if it's not the bullshit that they're putting in the food that's triggering my gout. I'd get gout once a year. Now I get it once a month. I mean, it's frustrating. I went to the pool. I soaked it in the hot tub. Sometimes that gets it going. I had to get my gout medicine. And usually my Advil kind of helps it, but this has kind of been painful for a while. It's right on the top of the foot, and usually it moves around. This time it's staying on the top of the foot, and it's really hard to walk. I got to kind of walk on the side and on the back. I don't even have my shoe. I can't wear my shoe. If I wear my shoe and try to walk, it's too tight around here. And so I went to the gym, and I just walked in. I just worked in my sock. So I want to go to the lake. I can't because I can't walk. So it's ridiculous. But hopefully, a day or two it'll be better. Hey, Real D. You're not going to watch. I don't have a desire to watch Ooglia Booglia. The class is going to be 9 to 10. Anybody wanting a class, let me know. It's $25 college, $25 pro. And I'll go through all the picks like we used to do, or like I do in baseball. The analysis today on what happened last week will not be part of it. That I'll just do. And then I'll walk through the picks. But if you want the picks, you either buy the picks on the site or we go through them in class. I mean, for $25, I don't see why that's a big deal to make thousands of my picks. So anyway, that choice is not mine, but I will offer that. I will offer that service. I'll be nice. And one other thing that people I don't think realize, I'll make a pick. Let's say today I take the 49ers, and the spread changes. And then on Sunday, I make another bet with the 49ers. Let's say I'm laying 7 today, and then it goes to 6, or it's 8 and it goes to 6. Well, I'm going to bet it again. I'm going to use the 6 line because the 8 line's today, and I'm giving you the day I'm betting it. That's the line. That's the bet. But if I make another bet Sunday and it's down to 6, I'm going to use the 6 line. So I got a few people confused going, well, wait a minute, this line, you got 2 different. Yeah, because I made one bet on Monday, one bet on Saturday afternoon. I didn't think Ohio State was gonna cover, so I took Arizona. with Georgia Tech, but that was Saturday afternoon, and the spread had gone down to 28, so I'm laying 22, and it happened to fall on 22. But the first bet was laying, I think, 30 or 31, so I'm laying 24, 25. So anyway, I got 2-pointed to death, but that happens, and, I'm not made off. I can't go 100%. And anyway, so that's what's going on. I'm going to have an omelet, and I got 9 o'clock, so I need to restore my battery, as us INFJs need so badly, and our Stoics need to recharge. So I got to recharge. I might watch a little of it. I already know what's going to happen. I mean, it's I can't watch Uglia Buglia. I mean, he's so bad. Oh my God. How are these coaches this stupid? I mean, can't they see that Uglia Buglia sucks, and yet they'd sign him and they'd play him? Like, what's going in your mind? Are you a fucking idiot? I guess they are, because they just sit there like morons. Anyway, have a good day, everybody. I will see you tomorrow. Trying to think. I don't need to go to the bank. I do have rent due. I don't think actually it's due till Wednesday. It's due the second day of the month, but really the first day of the month's tomorrow, because this is the holiday. So anyway, DJ's so old without no experience, but he's not good. It's not that he's old. I mean, Cam Rising's old, but he's great. But he's got plenty of experience at Clemson. There 2 years, Oregon State. He just stinks. But he's one of these athletes. I don't know what the coaches are so enamored about, like Richardson and Lamar. Yeah, they can run. They're athletes. Nobody's doubting their athletes. They're just not quarterbacks. I got Jerry Rice on my team. I need a quarterback to throw him the ball. He's the stud. I don't want Lamar running when you got Jerry Rice on the field. Then I'm kind of not using Jerry Rice. How the fuck am I supposed to win the game? That's my bitch. Cam Rising is old and injury prone, people say about him. How old is he? 50? And he's injury prone. Yeah, he did hurt his knee. So, okay, so go live with Jared Goff. I don't listen to these idiots. He's not. How old is he? This is to say, he's what, 25? Is that old? How old's Jared Goff? He's like 30. Stafford's 39. So is he old? They can say that about him, but how many 21-year-olds do anything in the league, right? So you can have Richardson's young, but he sucks. CJ Stroud, he's what, 24, 20? Because these guys have all been redshirted and played a few years. So the fact they're 23, CJ Stroud's been injured. Richardson just hurt his shoulder. So wait a minute, Richardson just hurt his shoulder, or Cam Rising, they're both injury prone. Well, you know what? It's football. Everybody gets injured. Everybody, the whole league's injury prone. Joe Montana got injured. Tom Brady hurt his knee. What the fuck does that mean? It's the stupidest comment I've ever heard. I got a lot of students, Greg and John. I'm a teacher. That's what I do. You're a student. Don't you know this is a class and you're a student, Bobby and Real D? You're all my students. Yeah, but it's one-on-one with this guy. If you want a one-on-one, we can do it. If you want to sign up, we can do a class. The idea is to do the class on YouTube, where you guys do what you do now. You all sign in and ask questions, and I go through the picks, just like I did last year, or what I do with baseball. So, but it's on his teams or something. So if you want one, just sign it up, and we'll make it whenever it's convenient for you, and that's fine. I mean, that's what the point is. But my vision is to have like 10 people here and just like we're doing, and then I go through the games and I go through all my reasons and this and that, pick the games, give you the picks, give you the locks, and you get it that way, but you get an audio visual where I walk you through it, and then as opposed to a guy who just says, "Oh, take," like ESPN, the guy will say, "Greg and John probably got the ESPN pick, take Florida State." Doesn't know why he's betting it. Doesn't know how much to bet it. It's just take Florida State. They don't say it's 3 units, it's 5 units, it's 10 units. They don't say why. I would never have bet Florida State tonight, nor would I have bet Boston College tonight. That's why I didn't play it. Yes. Do you not listen when I talk, Greg and John? I told you I have a class at 9 from a guy in California. I'll say it 18 times so Greg and John gets it. See, that's when you're a vampire, Greg and John. I make the comment, you don't listen, and I don't want to hear Cam Rising's too old, injury prone. It's not injury prone. Hurt his knee. So did Penix. So you're not going to draft the guy because he got hurt? Oh, so you're better off with who? Winston, who sucks, or you're going to draft Uglia Buglia because he's athletic and he sucks, but he's not 30 years old? I mean, Cam Rising is probably 25. That's not old in football. Old is 40. And he's such a good quarterback. Who gives a fuck? That's why I do it. Okay, I'm out of here. 4 hours is my max. I got to eat. All right. Have a good day. I will talk to you about, I don't know what time tomorrow. I don't know. Either 11 or like 2-ish, 3-ish. But I kind of want to break up the sports from that. But now sports is getting much more interesting because now we got football, which is going to take a lot more than baseball did. I probably won't do baseball anymore. Don't have much time for it. I haven't even looked at what I did yesterday. I had all my picks. I have no idea. I got to look at it. I want to join the class. Where can Pat at your website? All right, Real D. So here's Teaserking. So you got to purchase picks right in the middle. And then you get my purchases and go down to the bottom. And there's college picks class, YouTube, pro picks class, YouTube. Just buy those. That class is intended to be here. But if you want to do a Skype or a Teams and just do a one-on-one, we can do that. If you're going to do either one, the pros will probably be, I guess we got to do it Wednesday night because you got a Thursday, Friday, and then it'll be Friday night and then Sunday morning. So there'd be 3 classes. College would be a Friday and then a Saturday morning. So basically by Friday, you'll have all the pro and college picks. Saturday morning is just to go over line changes if there's any adjustments, and Sunday, the same thing. But you'll get, here's the picks, here's the locks. Now, you know how I am. There might be a game that I'm waiting on. Is Joe Burrow going to play? Is Rodgers going to play? Is Mahomes playing? Where we are waiting on the bet till Sunday morning to see if the guy plays. If he plays, we're going to bet him. If he doesn't, we won't. So that's why Sunday morning, if we get the injury update that the guy's playing, then that's it. So just do that, and then I'll email you, and we'll set up a time. But figure Wednesday, because we got the Thursday and Friday games, and then Friday night should be a good night to do both pro and college. I'll do separate classes, and then Sunday, Saturday morning for college, Sunday for pros. Here's the latest lines. Here's the latest injuries. Adjust your bets. But when I give you the bets Friday, that you'll bet them. I've already bet them at that point. So I'll go there and I'll get it, and then we can we'll arrange the class, and then you'll get all the picks. So as I go through it, I'm betting this. Here I'm betting Georgia under. I'm betting TCU. I'm betting Fresno State. I'm betting Ohio State. I'm betting all the picks I bet. You'll have them all, and with the units and everything else. All right, I'll see you guys soon, and thanks a lot, Real D. You got to just go in and sign up, and then he actually wants to learn how to pick the games. The guy tonight. I don't know if you want something in depth, we can do that separately. If you just want, here's the picks. Here's who I took tonight, and here's my picks for the week. Then we'll just do this on YouTube. So. Have a good night, and I'll be back tomorrow. He wants to learn how I picked the games. He wants to know, how did you end up taking Georgia under? What was your method? And I'm like, this is going to take a lot more than, this is going to take you 100 classes, because you can't, I can say things like inflation, but you got to know, what is inflation? Or gold, what is gold? Why gold? So I got to get a little in detail with him. So it's going to take him a long time, but he wants to learn, why did I pick the games and how am I picking it and everything. And it's not, you just, I've been doing it since the mid 70s. I can't just, here's the magic egg. But if you want, I can teach you that. I can maybe make a class with both of you and anybody else that wants to join. If you really want the in-depth, what I'm talking about on the week is just, here's the picks. We're taking Notre Dame and USC and Ohio State and Alabama and Clemson or Georgia. So I can go through, here's the picks and why, what am I betting and why. And if you want to do a 5-team teaser, here's my top 5 plays. I can rank them and all that kind of fun stuff. That's what the class on the site's supposed to be. But if you want to actually learn, how do I choose it? Then we can go through that also. So I'd be happy to do that. Yeah, he asked to be taught. He says, I want to know how you pick the games. I want to learn. Okay. So I don't have any problem. That's why I do this, but I just won't give away free picks anymore. So that's fine. So whatever you want, Real D, it's fine with me. All right. Have a nice day. www.teaserking.com and sign up for classes, sign up for the picks, and off we go. All right. Take care, everybody.